Good afternoon, everybody. We're here at Grappenhall Cricket Club this afternoon for a bit of a different game on the England 60s Seniors YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us all the same. It's a Northern 11 to take on Australia. Of course, Australia started a busy summer for them yesterday. They played in Staffordshire, but it's the first time that will be witness to this Australian side, of course, the World Cup holders and, of course, the holders of the Grey Ashes. Matt Evans is alongside me. Matt, it was a positive start, wasn't it, for Australia in Staffordshire yesterday?
Yeah, good start. It was a 140 runs win, Australia against the Staffordshire 11. Very, very good. The team are beginning the tour of England. This is the start of it, really. We're covering it all summer. 5 games in the Grey Ashes. Obviously, Australia defending champions, winning 3-2 in a 5-match series in 2024. Thursday sees us here at the second match against the Northern 11, and obviously we've had a little shower about 11, half 11, just to delay us. But the boys out there have worked really hard to get us underway, and this will be the first one-day game against the Northern 11. So it'll be interesting here. They've, I think we was just saying by Rash, said they've agreed to no toss for Australia to open the batting, which seems very sporting. Just to give the tourists a bit of time out there is what Rash was saying. So that's very sportsmanlike, isn't it, Owen?
Yeah, it is. And obviously, we're just underway now. Apologies that we won't have a score at the moment for you on screen. We will try and rectify that if we can, but apologies at the moment for that. But we have just started here at Grappenhall, here in Cheshire. Australia, of course, batting first. That'll be our first few runs of the day for the Aussies. As we said, a busy summer ahead. You know, you've got a few Lions games, one tomorrow, and we'll be there at Cheadle tomorrow as the England Lions take on Australia. They also play at Outybridge and Stratford in those Lions fixtures. They've got some other internationals to come against Scotland. You know, another Midlands 11. You've also got Wales in there as well, and the South East 11 and Surrey. And of course, the 5-day Grey Ashes. So a right busy old summer. But, you know, games like this, Matt, it's quite a unique game today where it's like we're seeing how Australia are all about before, of course, that Grey Ashes. But, of course, they started off really well yesterday. It'd just be really interesting to see how they get on this afternoon. It's a bit of a precursor to that Grey Ashes.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess that's what those games are about, are letting the Aussies get rid of the jet lag there. As the first bowler at the pavilion end is Alistair Anthony, just throwing a few down. Again, we've got a few technical difficulties here today with the lack of Wi-Fi. We're struggling to get the scoring up on the screen, but we should be working on that as the umpires just meet for a little chat about something there. We don't quite know what's going on. We're coming together to discuss something. I think Ali's got Ali Anthony's got 1 or 2 deliveries left in this first over. 2 runs on the board. And just a little forward block there to kind of cover position for the Australian batsman.
Yeah, positive so far for Australia, as we say. That great first win on the board since arriving in the country against Staffordshire. 140-run win, and that's the end of the first over then. Good start for the Aussies. It's a very unique game today, of course, for this Northern 11. Just a nice test, really, just to see where the Aussies are at. Of course, already holders of the Grey Ashes, Australia, after claiming them down under. Of course, that over 60s World Cup as well. But for likes of Paul Radich, who it's his local club today, he'll be watching on with bated breath, Matt, just to see, as we've said, what Australia are all about. He might be
bated breath. He's in earshot there, just
yeah.
checking what you're saying about him here.
Yeah, watching on. Getting some messages across, surely, to the England team.
So
Being a scout this afternoon, man.
Yeah, so it's Peter O'Reilly facing up now, and sorry, Peter O'Reilly's facing that first over, and Smith is facing up this half. Yeah, Darren Smith. So again, with our technical difficulties, we're just asking the Australian coaching staff to pop back to the clubhouse there and get us the batting lineup. That downpour obviously doesn't help. We set up all the truck and the cameras and all ready to go, and that downpour means poor old Benny has to drag all the cameras in and pull the wires up, and we almost have to reset. As we went on a wild goose chase for a bacon sandwich, as we'd had no breakfast this morning. That's a lovely square cut. They've gone for it. He's in the middle of nowhere there. Could be a run at it, and he's missed it. A little shy at the stumps there from about a yard. But yeah, a little mishap between the Aussie batsmen there. Smith and O'Reilly were running between the wickets. Very shoddy and a nervous start, Owen.
Yeah, it was there. You know, after a positive-ish first over, Australia there went for it, and perhaps quite a risky move this early on. They don't want to lose a wicket. Of course, they want to get as many players out there as they possibly can ahead of that Lions test tomorrow at Cheadle Hall. And of course, that first ODI at Littleborough on Monday. Both games will be streamed live on this YouTube channel, so stay tuned for what will be a cracking summer of cricket action. So, hope they come again then. Another. Another delivery to come in then. Yeah, they've come with a lot of hype, haven't they? The Australian, that hype is well warranted in terms of how well they've done over the last few years, really. Fantastic side. Oh,
good shot, well fielded. Just cut it back, kind of gully, maybe third slip position there. Let's just find out who's bowling at that scoreboard end, I guess we're calling that today. Yeah, scoreboard's not ticking over. We've got a few problems. I think we're back to Ali Anthony here from the third over at the pavilion end. Facing up is O'Reilly for Australia, opening batsman. Just leaves that one to go past his off stump.
yeah, Australia registered a score, Matt, yesterday of around 280. Really, but as we say, by 140 runs they beat that Staffordshire 11 on the way up the country. Here they are in Cheshire this afternoon against this Northern 11. We'll get the teams to you just shortly. That's a nice delivery. That's going to be the first boundary of the day, Matt. Really, really good effort there.
That's 4 runs right there. Yeah, just over pitch. He took a full toss and smashed it towards the poor old Vauxhall Vectra there. That's nearly took one on the chin, but just missed it there. The forward signals come up there on the screen.
Yeah, we'll get some teams to you just now. Obviously for the Northern 11. Neil Jackson, the captain. Alan Lees on wicket. Alistair Anthony, Colin Frank, Steve Lawrence, Tony Lyon, David O'Kelly, Sasha Patel, Dave Rishton, Steve Walton, Tim Weirden and Craig Wilson. For Australia, obviously the current World Cup winners and the current holders of the Ashes, Peter Judd, the captain, Terry Betts, Stephen Butler, Paul Matthews, Alan Muddleton, Peter O'Reilly, Claude Orlando, Tony Panicasio, Jeff Patterson, Glenn Pearce, Stuart Ridge and Darren Smith. There we go. Sits now for the loss of no wickets. We were just having a few issues with the scoreboard down our far end, but that seems to have been resolved for now, Matt.
Yeah, and obviously that list on the screen, as you saw, was a little bit bigger, which is the whole squad that Australia brought over. But Owen read you the starting 11, let's call it here, and it's quite nicely timed. You see from your pictures on the screen, the sun has just broken out now, and there's a few shadows being cast over this beautiful cricket club. Nice little country setting, just on the edge of Warrington, really. It's been a cricket club since 1881, Grappenhall. They've little forward prod there from O'Reilly again, just to send the ball back past the bowler. Yeah, they've been a club since 1881, but I've played at this ground since 1892. Several different clubhouses built on the same spot, but recent improvements in 1980 for the clubhouse we see now, and then that was redeveloped in 2011, sorry, and after reading the history books in the clubhouse there, the famous son of Grappenhall was Neil Fairbrother, who I remember watching playing for England back in the day. So again, another little forward defence there from O'Reilly. Just pushes it back past the bowler. No run, and I think it's 6 for no wicket at the moment. Again, we do apologise, just trying to work on that scoreboard technology we normally provide you with. He's had a little drive there through covers, or good fielding. That's really, really smart pick up, and then he just fumbled it as he went to throw in for the run out. So that's the end of the third over. Pretty sure it's 7 for none. Owen's just running out on the pitch. You can see him streaking on the pitch there. So it's a bit of a confusion here. So I just heard the chap explaining that they don't play together very often. This is kind of a Northern 11 thrown together for a bit of a touring game for Australia, and by that he's saying that they don't play together often. He only knows them by first names, and even the guy there fielding at kind of short fine leg is doesn't know who's bowling. So looks like we're going to fly by the seat of our pants a bit today, but we'll get you through it as said bowler fires one past the off stump there, left by the batsman. Again, it's O'Reilly who took that single on the last ball, so he's facing up again at this pavilion end. Mystery bowler comes in, just a little forward prod. Sends the ball out there to no forward, it's not short cover, it's not extra cover. Got a very short cover position. And comes down again, just left it, getting his eye in there, O'Reilly at this end.
Yeah, quite a newly put together team over that brief chat I had with the batter there. Quite something, shows it's been put together quite recently, as they don't know last names. But that could be the loss of the first. Oh no, the umpire.
We've got the replay, he's had a swing at that. Kind of, you can see halfway through stroker he talks himself out of it and stops and straight through. And actually I think it would have been a stumping if the keeper would have held it. Who have we got? Alan Lees. You see the high quality of wicket keeping we've seen at the England-West Indies game. That would have been a goner there with those other boys, Rolf and what have you, playing for England. Little field adjustment now. Bit of a tentative start by Australia.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. It's oh goodness. Goodness me, he went straight towards the batsman, didn't it? My goodness.
He hit him on the
yeah.
foot as he fell to the floor.
It's a bit of an awkward one for him. But yeah, it's like you say, a bit of a tentative start. And again, it's just trying to feel out, you know, obviously had that long trip over on Monday, you know, had a game on Wednesday. Of course, jet lag comes into it. I know we're on Thursday, but they're just getting into the swing of things, you know, in a 16-game summer for Australia this summer. As we said, but we keep reiterating, 5 grandstand matches really in that Grey Ashes at Littleborough on the 30th of June, Fairburn on the 7th of July, Tame on the 18th of July, Sparsholt on the 21st of July, and finally the 5th and final. If it goes to that final day in Royal Ascot on the 24th, Matt, it's going to be a box office finish, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly what we're hoping for, isn't it? It'd be lovely to have a 2-2 in the final game. I suppose from an England point of view, you want a 3-0 whitewashing job done, but spectators' point of view, and all those lovely cricket fans joining us on YouTube would want a nice little 2-2 barnstorming game to end the summer. As I think Smith now gets a chance to face up, just taking his guard, Darren Smith. Making that usual mark in the pitch, just using the bail to tap it down. Umpire's given his mark as he surveys the fielding positions.
Yeah, they say, you know, we spoke to a few of the Australian players as they came off the coach this morning. I mean, that could be early. Oh, it's again, bit too much on that.
Yeah, throw wasn't good enough there.
No.
Ali Anthony put one down, it was just pushed into the covers. Picked up very quickly, but again the throw was a little bit off target and didn't give the chance Alan Lee's wicketkeeper to make the stumping, but a risky run again.
Yeah, they've had a few of them so far, Matt. It's interesting technique, you know. If it almost got you out a few moments ago, I suppose that might be their forte. As another delivery comes in again. England are watching on, you know, as we say, Paul Radich's local club. He's watching on. Ahead of that Lions game tomorrow at Cheadleholm Cricket Club. Again, if you're in the area, be a cracking match, England Lions and Australia. As we said, they're a really busy week of it. Their third match this week tomorrow. Slightly misfielded there. They will get another few runs out of that at the moment. 9 for the loss of no wickets. Yeah. Another delivery. Coming again. Ooh. This was an interesting test, even just for this Northern 11, Matt, because they're playing no arguably about it, the best international side at over 60s level in the world at the moment. So this is a test and a half for them, just to be able to have a local game for most of these, with it being a Northern side. To play a team like Australia is truly an honour for them.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll just be treating it as that, really. Like say, they don't know each other's names, as we were told by the fielder there, who didn't know the bowler's name, so don't know what chance we've got. But yeah, they just come together, have the honour of playing against Australia, something to tell the grandkids, and enjoy the day. Hopefully the weather stays set fair for the day now. I think it's going to get warmer and warmer and stay dry, so good shot there. Just driven it as well, nearly stopped by the fielder, but just dropped it kind of mid-off position. Single taken. So we've only had the one boundary so far, but they're clocking up some cheapy little singles. To get the board ticking over, so that's 10 for 0, end of the 5th over.
Just a bit of news in the world of cricket I've just seen pop up on my phone. Jofra Archer's in line for his first test appearance in 4 years, as he's been included in the side to face India.
Yeah, I saw him take his first wicket after injury against Sussex the other day when he had his first class game back after all those injuries and troublesome times he's had. As the bowler comes in from the scoreboard end, gives it down, there's a big swipe out wide there by Darren Smith in the wide-brimmed classic cricket hat. Makes no contact. I didn't think the umpire signalled for a wide, but it's
Bit of a feeling out process then, these first few overs for Australia against this Northern 11. That's another lovely effort that will trickle over almost to the boundary, but it will stop dead before it does so. Fortunately for the fielder, they will stop, stops before it reaches that boundary rope. Just a word on the two umpires for you this afternoon: Noel Ford and Ankit Jain. Scorers for the Northern 11, Steve Wright, and for Australia, Roger Bryce. So we come to the end of that over then, 13 for the loss of no wickets. And this, as we say, the first live game on the England 60s YouTube channel for Australia this summer. First of many, as we say, a 16-game summer. They kicked it off yesterday. Against that Staffordshire side, winning by 140 runs. A comfortable win in Stafford for the Australians, and they'll be hoping for more of the same today as they edge ever closer to Monday's Grey Ashes Open of the first of 5 one-day internationals against England. A famous fixture for the over 60s, especially for those England players. They'll be hoping to retake that urn this time round after losing in Australia last year. Nice warm day now here in Grappenhall. Just how it started as we got here about 9 o'clock. And then we had that rain. That's why we've been ever so slightly delayed. It's obviously now coming up to 18 minutes to 1 here in Cheshire. Lovely countryside cricket club. Benny, one of our camera operators, has got the sun cream out because it is really starting to warm up now. Luckily I've got a jumper on today. Don't know why I've got a jumper on, but see how it goes. Just a bit of the sight screen's having to come on now. Just a bit of a pause in play. I believe it's just, the umpire on this close side to us, near the wickets, just really gesturing over to just get the sight screens on. That's the reason for this slight delay at the moment. As we say, 13 for the loss of no wickets then for Australia against this Northern 11 here in Grappenhall. Still waiting here. I'm not exactly sure what we're waiting on here at the moment. Looks like we're almost ready then to get back going. Here we go. Another delivery to come in now for Australia. And that's better, and that's right towards us. Now there'll be another boundary for Australia, their third of the day. Takes them on to 17 for the loss of no wickets now. And that just fizzled straight towards us. A really, really good effort there. And you just start to feel after that slightly tentative start, Australia really starting to get going now, similar to how we saw it yesterday in Stafford. Craig Wilson now, bowling.
So, I'm back. Got my steps in. Found out it's Craig Wilson, as none of the players seem to know each other's names. Put in my travels. We've passed Doug Murphy, who's kindly come and sat with us at the commentary desk to give us some real insight, apart from the rubbish wee waffle. So, Doug, how's it been? How's your journey over and how's it going so far?
Thanks for the invitation, Matt and Owen. Loving it so far.
It's another cracker, isn't it? Just prevented the boundary though as it slows down. Went for a few runs though.
So the flight over was all good. We saw your photos on Facebook of the different airports you took off from.
Yes, it wasn't very coordinated how we got here. We were just told to be in Manchester on a certain day, and we ended up getting here.
So you didn't all fly together from Oz then?
No, not
right.
at all.
So whereabouts in Oz are you from personally?
So I'm based in Wollongong. That's an hour south of Sydney. And so I'm one of the 9 New South Wales people we've got in this Australian side.
And what's your forte, Doug? Are you a batsman, are you a bowler, are you all-rounder?
I've wicket-kept for Australia. I'm very much looking for my first bowling stint with Australia. But I know all my teammates will be very amused to hear that. Yesterday I failed as an opening batsman, so I think that's what I've been selected for.
Supportive as ever, these teammates. You seem to have great spirit coming off that bus. You brought the old Roo over there and the flag, so there's obviously a good team spirit you brought over and enjoying yourselves.
Just watching another patiently prodded back delivery from Radar O'Reilly there. Yes, very, very good team harmony at the moment.
It's another cracking shot, and that'll be another 4.
Yeah, he just flicked that off his leg straight to kind of deep square, straight over the boundary for 4. Then it was a cracking shot. Yeah, good spirit you seem to have getting off the bus.
Yeah, good team harmony to start with, but we've only been together 3 days.
Yeah, it's early days.
And some of the more temperamental characters, we're just trying to keep them in their box for now.
So it's just downhill from here then, is it, Doug?
Well, we've got 16, so there's 12 playing today, and 4 of us play and miss.
Missed that one, yeah, outside edge, straight into keeper's gloves.
There's 4 of us not playing, and we've all got jobs to do. And my one is to keep Graham Pavey under control off the field.
He's a bit of a wild one, is he? He's the one that's going to make the tour a bit raucous.
Oh, let's not over-egg wild and raucous. Let's just say different.
Brilliant. And how was the... you've played one game against the... who was it? Staffordshire 11? Good result, 140 runs win. It all went to plan, or was obviously you didn't enjoy your own innings?
Oh, nice playback from Radar there. We were received very warmly. It was listed in the program as Staffordshire, but it was actually a Midland Counties composite side. At Hammerwich, and they treated us very, very well. A good hit out to start the tour.
Yeah, good shot there and well fielded by England to get it back in. I think Australia rang a couple there.
Very, very different conditions to today. lightning fast outfield and a hard pitch yesterday. Today we turn up with the rain going sideways, and now 90 minutes later it's beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, that's a
very
typical English summer.
Very different for the batsmen today. They're having to be a lot more careful and work out what's happening there. But these are two very well respected cricketers in our country. This is the opening partnership from the World Cup winning side in Chennai.
And we're looking at your diary. You've got a busy old stint over 16 matches in your month visiting. That's going to take its toll, isn't it? You youngsters, you are.
And that's why I say the team harmony is great at the moment, because we haven't broken down yet.
It's well played. Just opened up his bat there for Darren Smith and cuts it down to deep points. Fielded well there. Got back in. They've run a couple there and moved on to 27 for naught now. No wickets down. We're in the 9th over. If the scoreboard's caught up with time.
Yeah, it's a range of different tests for you and the squad to come. Obviously, you've got these local games. Obviously the Northern 11 today. You've got games, up in Surrey, a South East 11 as well. But then, playing the likes of, international sides like Wales and Scotland, and of course the Grey Ashes as well. How good is it, as well as the Ashes, to have all these almost like tester games just to see where you're at ahead of the Ashes?
Hugely important to have these two warm-up games, and we've got 16 in the squad, so not everyone can play every day. Captain talks a good talk, wants to give us all a bit of a go, and like I say, we received very, very hospitably yesterday, and very much looking forward to getting to face some balls before we step it up a little bit with the Lions tomorrow, and straight into the first ODI on Monday.
Yeah, just a quick hello to someone who's watching live from Malta, the England manager Paul Bradley. Watching avidly, isn't he, Matt? I'd say ahead of that Grey Ashes, trying to get some info, some intel on this Australian side before that first one-day international at Littleborough on Monday.
Oh, that was well. Good cricket all round. There's a lovely little clip off his hip there from Darren Smith. Just played it down to kind of short, fine leg, and then fielded really smartly by England, going at the bowler's end. But I think Darren was well in there for the single.
And I'd certainly like to say on behalf of the Australian team, we send our best wishes to Paul over there in Malta, and very much looking forward to seeing him later on in the tour.
A swing and a miss there by young Pete O'Reilly. Clipped the pad on the way through, but umpire wasn't interested, and he signalled byes off his leg there, so it's obviously he looks a bit high to me above the knee roll.
As you say, to the opening partnership, as we're seeing this afternoon, that was the one in the World Cup. To take us back to that World Cup winning side, how much of an honour was it to just, really, get that World Cup victory? Must have been a fantastic time of it.
Yeah, I only got to see it by looking on my TV in the middle of the night back there in Australia. But as a New South Wales administrator, I was very interested in how our 6 players in that squad went, and I just got more and more involved as they carried on. And again, without wanting to put any fuel on the fire of any schisms, but with 9 New South Wales people in our side, we had the top 3 in the batting order in the World Cup, and Peter Jensen marshalled those troops magnificently. So from purely a spectator's point of view, it was very, very pleasant to watch.
Another nice shot there from Pete O'Reilly. Just cut it down there, sort of gully area, just fielded well. So it's ticking along nicely here. No wickets yet, which England will be looking to change very shortly. Craig Wilson coming in from that scoreboard end, as we finally found out. I don't know what we do when there's another bowling change. There's a lovely deep square cut that's got past the fielder there. Don't think it will make the boundary with the rain we've had. It's picked up, I don't suppose they run many threes at this age, do they?
Well,
Darren?
let me take you back one ball, Matt. I'm going to pull you up on the well fielded there. I know you've got a bit of a golf background, but fielding with your feet, no, that's even at over 60s. I think we should be better than that.
We saw that a lot with the West Indies players. You know, just recently, we did question it at times because he looked like he almost rolled an ankle a few days ago. So it's almost quite a risky, one wrong turn and that's you out for the series.
Those balls hurt.
Yeah, there was a lot of foot fielding from the West Indies on Sunday in Birmingham, which you did comment on, but we were being kind and wondering how difficult it is to bend down to field at this age group. Also, Craig Wilson pitches one up there a bit long, and it went for the big heave-ho there from Darren Smith. Didn't quite get it. Just found square leg. No run taken. As Wilson comes in again, just turns his arm over straight through to the keeper. That's end of over. So Australia 30 for no loss. Steady old start. Run rates maybe a little bit low, but with no wickets down, I'm sure this team capable of going and hard.
No panic stations yet. It's very different conditions from yesterday, and these boys know what they're doing, but also they're very confident in the batsmen behind them as well too.
Yeah, it was our first real look at playing in England's side tomorrow, that Lions game at Cheadle, but obviously, you know, that game, you know, it's that big England squad, obviously those Lions games, just as important, just as tough, you know, the England side, you know, you're quite familiar with the England side now. Obviously, it's that big rivalry, the Ashes anyway. But even just over the years, you must have had many.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Yeah,
many an interesting game and another good effort.
Yes, Owen, we're quite familiar with the England players now after the Chennai experience, and then they coming out to Australia last year. It's been interesting to follow the social media over the last couple of months with the sizable squad that the English have named. So
yeah, so he got some bat on that, didn't he? Just turned it around the corner. That's going to go for 4 runs. No. Craig Wilson stopped that there. It was a lovely shot off the hip there.
Yeah, so 33 players in the England squad. We haven't quite worked out. There are some new names in there, but we haven't quite worked out who's who in the zoo. Must be plenty of competition for spaces, and we've got quite a few games. I'm sure we're going to see quite a few of those people over that time.
Yeah, and I think just a nice headache for Edward Gordon-Lennox to have just a lot of players in form at the moment. So they've almost gone for the normal England approach of having a Lions side B team to have a big squad and see who comes to form at the right time when the big rivals Australia have landed on shore.
Yeah, that's another great effort. Now a roll towards the boundary. It's quite far on that far side. There we go. There's another 4.
Lovely shot, Peter O'Reilly, lofted through the onside.
And obviously could be a precursor to the winter when Mr. Ben Stokes takes his boys down to Australia and obviously gives you a 5-0 whooping, you think?
Very interested to see how that batting lineup goes down there in Australia.
But it's my favourite. It's always been my dream to get down there for the a winter Ashes in the beautiful Australia. That's just over pitched, a very full length ball again, and Peter O'Reilly just guides it, prods it out to cover. We've still got Ali Anthony bowling from the pavilion end. That must be what, his 6 over now, I think. Coming in, Peter O'Reilly facing. That's a better length. He's just opened the bat there and found gully. No run. That's end of over. So we'll we'll let you get on, Doug. Any last words you want to say? Thanks for joining us. I hope you have a great summer. Not too great to win the Grey Ashes, but thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much for allowing me. I will head back and send someone over, but I see our captain Peter Judd striding out to the wicket now. I think Peter's approach is that 35 balls is a sort of nice round number for us to get a bit of a hit up. So he's Peter O'Reilly has been retired for the second day in a row.
Okay, yeah.
And now Peter Judd coming out to go with Darren Smith. But I'll leave you boys to it.
Brilliant, thank you.
Dud Murphy there, thank you very much indeed for joining us. But yeah, that's an interesting move, isn't it, Matt? Retiring early on. Don't see that too often, but obviously, like you say, with this early on in the summer, I suppose it's seeing that squad and really who, for those crucial England games, these warm-up games, obviously, it's a bit of a different kettle of fish, isn't it? But obviously, in terms of a game like this, you can get as many as you can out there, really.
Yeah, and the first thing that springs to mind is how professional this Australian setup is. When you're doing things like that, it's all about team and not selfish. My run rate, my big innings. They're literally going for the tactic of let's get all our batsmen out there to have a look at the ball. And you remember these are very, very different conditions to a hard-baked Australian wickets. You've got, it's very famous in the normal England game when we come and we have swing and seam and cloud cover and windy conditions make a big difference to the flight and behaviour of the cricket ball. So I think very sensible professional approach by the tourists to just get everyone out there and have a go. And as we saw just from that small 10-inning spell, that Peter O'Reilly's obviously a quality batsman and he's got his eye in and now giving someone else a chance. So I think very, very sensible from the Australians.
Yeah, he mentioned it, didn't he, Dud Murphy there, how that was the opening partnership at the World Cup, of course, that winning World Cup for Australia last year. But yeah, a fantastic insight really, just to see how it's been in these first few days of coming over to England. Of course, after that, it's a busy, packed old summer games, and it's Scotland, Wales, and of course, 3 Lions games, 5 matches in that Ashes series to come.
So, classic of our luck there, me and Owen. 1 over after I got the name of Craig Wilson. We've had a change down at the scoreboard end. It's actually the fielder that Owen asked to if he knew who the bowler's name, but he's pitched that up. That's just a little backward cutaway there by Darren Smith, who's obviously getting a bit more time in. He just stopped by a very kind of gully position. He's quite far back, maybe you'd call it a short third man, but he comes in again for his 3rd delivery. Oh, he's bowled him. Bowled him. And what's he moaning about? Whoa. He's not very happy there about something there. Darren Smith, he was distracted there and he's flapping his arms around at the shouting something back at the scoreboard there. He wasn't very happy with I think what Darren Smith is saying is the scoreboard operator shouted bowler's name just as the bowler came in, and he's claiming that distracted him. And for my money, it looked like a very, very good delivery, to be honest, and just took, I think it was pretty much middle and off. Bales went flying. Yeah, he's saying there again now, pointing at the scoreboard and remonstrating, saying he yelled out bowler's name as he was coming in, but that's 2 different opinions on that one. But we've seen the fall of Darren Smith there. 14 runs on the board.
Yeah, Dave Richton there with that early wicket. And just as we saw that swap, Matt, it's the first wicket lost for Australia this afternoon here in Grappenhall.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know if you noticed, but Darren Smith was remonstrating as he left the pitch there, saying that the the scoreboard had shouted out bowler's name as he was delivering it, and he felt a bit hard done by. But it looked like a decent delivery to me as Dave Richardson comes in again, taken off the back foot there by the skipper, Peter Judd. He looks like he's going to lead by example as he's cuffed that one out to mid-wicket.
Really vocal call there, Matt, but nothing said by the umpire.
The lone voice of an appeal, I think, telling that one person who's pretty much out there at point gave a scream, and no one else. As Dave Richardson comes in again, turns at a good length, just prodded forward by skipper Peter Judd, fended off, and that's the over. And Pete's had a chance to face a couple of deliveries.
So Glenn Pearce now awaiting a delivery as he looks to fare slightly better. Yeah, it was a good first innings really for Darren Smith. Out at 40 for 1. Just taking a few last stretches in. But a nice day here in Cheshire. Thanks for joining us on the England Over 60s YouTube channel for this Northern 11 versus Australia. Australia currently 40 for 1. As if you've just joined us, Darren Smith has been the first out. Bit of a signal there from the umpire. What's that signaling, Matt?
Move the
side screens. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 40 for 2, isn't it? Because he retired.
Yes.
Not sure whether that counts as a wicket, but I know the scoreboards are struggling to keep up today.
Yeah.
I think it should be batsmen 3 and 4 in. As Doug was explaining, as they're going to give everyone a little run out and rotate, so I'm sure he can come back in if he wants, but I don't think they'll...
Would that be classed as a lost wicket then? Would he still be able to come in then, because he's retired, or would he won't come back in? He's just retired. That's fair. Retired, not out.
Oh, he's launched that for a big old swing there. It's going to be going for a 4 straight over the bowler's head by, we believe, Glenn Pearce. As you see from your replays, they really got a hold of that, and it's bounced back in off the sight screens for the poor England fielder to go and retrieve. So the new bowler, who we're not quite sure who it is made to suffer a bit there on his second delivery, maybe just getting his line and length sorted out. So it says for 1 wicket on the scoreboard now, Owen, but it is batsmen 3 and 4 in. So, like, if you get a bit of an injury, you can retire and come back in. But I guess if there's a bit of batting collapse, Peter Riley might come back in, having retired. But like Doug said, it's kind of seeing out the 50 overs, giving everyone a good old swing of the willow, having spent a day on a steam chicken coming across the world to play against England in the grey ashes. Oh, he's launched that one again. That's gone Mars, and that's 1 bounce and 4. Oh, it's a 6. Umpire's given a 6 there.
First 6 of the day then, and that will take them into 50, 51 for 1, as it's actually gone out the ground and onto that main road near us. Hopefully it's not impacted any pedestrians or cars there.
Oh.
Oh.
Arms are flailing over the hedge there as they try and find it in the bush. He's lost his bearings, the field, he's gone to retrieve it. Can't get more English village cricket than this. As the rest of the team, as you see from your pictures, wander over there to join him. One in the hedge, one out the hedge, one on the other side of the hedge.
Well, we were just coming past when we came back just before that we started the commentary, Matt. In the practice, a cricket ball came flying towards us and into the car park, didn't it? So some great batters, as just seen with that first six of the day, and they still can't find the ball here. It's in the bush somewhere.
Yeah, I believe that's Glenn Pearce who's just launched it over mid-on, kind of crossed the boundary at deep mid-wicket position and gone for 4. I believe they've got the ball back now. There it is, tossed into the field, and you can see from your pictures as he turns to the field, ball in hand, and the blue skies are all around now and very few clouds at the moment, touch wood. They stay away for the rest of the day.
It is an interesting test for them today, though, Matt. You know, before that Lions game tomorrow, it's a hell of a schedule, isn't it? We mentioned that with Dud, but you know, you've already had a game yesterday. You've got this game today. With the Lions game, that is another increase, really, in terms of that difficulty level. You know, those, as we mentioned with Dud, some of those England Lions players really scratching and clawing for a place in that first side. And of course, that, you know, only the weekend then to recover before Littleborough on Monday.
Another good shot driven straight back past the bowler. Mid-off's fielded that and that's the end of the over, but yeah, Glenn Pearce looks like he's got his eye in. Yeah, and again, I think this just shows how serious these boys are taking it. I think that Australia have come with a real professional, cutthroat attitude to this. You know, they're not on holiday, they're not sightseeing, as Doug was telling us. They've come here to regain the grey ashes, and they seem to be very serious about it. Really professional tactics of giving everyone a look at a ball. It seems to have already agreed a kind of squad rotation system. He was quite happy that he was sitting out today. He had his little knock yesterday. Not that he was overly happy with the runs he scored, but they seem to have really good harmony. And as we said, they got off that bus in really good spirits. Plonked the old kangaroo in the flag right there on the patio. Bold as brass, and yeah, they've come here to do a job and win back the grey ashes. And I think this warm-up they're taking it very, very professionally, as that's just cut out there to extra cover by skipper Peter Judd. And you'd expect nothing else from Australia. I mean, it's a famous nation of fantastic sportsmen. In my field of work with the Greg Normans and Adam Scotts of the world, and hugely talented cricket team over the years, and rugby and the lot. So you would expect nothing else from them. As the bowler again comes in from the scoreboard end, just prodded back down the field there by skipper Peter Judd, fielded by the bowler himself. Met with a round of applause from the fielders.
Yeah, joining us alongside now is our good friend on the commentary desk. It is and I say that we might have just the umpire was twit not to take that there.
Yeah, looking at the replay, I think I was down leg. Umpire wasn't interested at all.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, I was rudely interrupted by the call there. Rash Mahmood is back with us on the commentary desk. Welcome, Rash. What have you made of proceedings so far here in Grappenhall?
Well, thanks, Owen. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. Good morning, wherever you may be. Nice to be here. Been impressed with the Northern 11. Facing a very, very powerful Australian batting unit. There's Dave Richton's in again. Just a single. Been some good fielding. But looking good touch. Obviously, most of the squad got here on Monday. Long flight. Couple of days rest. But they hit the ground running yesterday. Goodness me, did they have a very, very good performance against the Midlands 11. There's Dave Richton comes in again from the scoreboard end. He's played out into the covers and there's no run. So, Radar O'Reilly, Peter O'Reilly, good to see him back opening the batting with his long-time batting partner Darren Smith. Peter retired after about 35 balls, I think it was. Apologies, folks, we just don't have the link up to play cricket today, so we are going by the scoreboard to our left, but we have no idea of the bowling figures and how many balls the batters have faced, etc. But I think Doug Murphy that you had on was telling you that the objective is to give everyone about 30, 35 deliveries, see where they get to. I think that's sensible. And of course, notable absentees today, himself, Graham Pavey, Bill Blair, the vice captain, and of course Doug himself. But for our viewers, we've not seen Glenn Pearce bat before. If he gets his eye in, you're in for a real treat. He does hit the ball a long, long way.
I was just going to say,
incredibly hard.
He looks very powerful. He looks like a powerful batsman.
Oh, he's a nightmare. He's an absolute nightmare when he gets in. But it's going to be great for the English public coming live to the games and watching the streams up and down the country. Please come along if there's a game near you. All the details of the venues and the fixtures, start times, etc. on the England 60s Facebook page. Please, please come along. You've got the world champions and current Ashes holders and one of the best timers of a ball in seniors cricket in Glenn Pearce, in an absolutely stacked and very, very powerful Australian batting lineup.
Yeah, they've looked very good so far, really living up to the billing. As Rash just mentioned, current World Cup holders and current holders of the Grey Ashes. They'll look to retain that crown as that first match of the series starts at Littleborough on Monday the 30th of June. As Rash mentioned, if you're anywhere in the Littleborough area, come on down and really watch some top quality cricket. England versus Australia, a classic game on, in cricket history, but what a game it is. A seniors international and the start of the Grey Ashes. And that'll trickle over almost for another 4. Don't think it will get there though. They will get a few runs out of it.
I think they might try and run 4.
Yeah.
No, 3.
That'll be another 3 then to add to the total for Australia. As we're almost a third of the way through now.
I was saying, Rash, when Doug was here, just that attitude of batting 35, and first time we've seen it at this level, a player walking off and retiring to give the whole team a chance as the bowler hits one down. It's cut beautifully there to point. Just for me, shows how professional and serious Australia are taking this. They really are doing a job. Doug said there's no sightseeing. We have come to retain the Grey Ashes, and sent a bit of a shiver down me. They're really coming here to do a job.
That's a nice run. Quick dab into the offside. Quick call. Yeah, absolutely, Matt. But you would expect nothing less from an Australian sporting team. But I think you need to put it into context. 35 balls in the scheme of things, what are that? 6 overs. If you're looking to go a run a ball, 6 overs, 12 overs gone. If both of your batters are on the same thing, suddenly 12 overs in, you're 70, and it puts pressure on the opposition. That's the mindset, and you will see it in the games, particularly when you get to the representative games. The Lions tomorrow, and then that Crackerjack start at a wonderful Littleborough club on Monday. That's the way they play, and it's all about putting the opposition under pressure, and it's dictating to them, not being dictated to. And they have so many batsmen who can do that, go a run a ball. If they are behind the curve for whatever reason, they've got players that can come in and fire a quick 20, 30 runs in next to nothing. But it's a really good opportunity for these batsmen to get some time in the middle, different conditions from back home, of course, but knowing you've got 35, you can't hang about, and that is the mindset. And you transfer that in your regional games against these representative sides, it translates to when you're playing against the Lions, and it translates when you're playing against the England full side in the 5 one-day internationals.
Yeah, I think that's Doug Powlett there having a glance at the wicket, and we had a little chuckle as long as we shouted good fielding as someone stopped it with their foot, and he was disgusted with us. We were positively berated as we cheered someone fielding with their feet, and we had to explain how many foot fielders we saw on Sunday at the West Indian team at Birmingham. But they've obviously got a very high standard in this Australian squad, and as the players take their first drinks bait, you can see from the wide angle picture that the talented Benny and Ivor are now bringing us, that the blue sky is a shining and spattering of clouds, but nothing like we had at 11 o'clock when we looked like they're not really any play at all, but it blew through very quickly. And as I say, the forecast is it say stay set fair for the day as the England players have a huddle and umpires enjoy a drink. And would you think Australia happy at this point, Rash? Or
I think they'll be relatively happy. Yeah, it's a good run out for them. I think they'll look to accelerate. While we're just on the drinks break, whilst Doug Murphy was being interviewed by yourself, boys, I was just chatting with a few of the Australians, Graham Pavey, Tony Panacasio, Bill Blair. But I'd just like to take this opportunity, while there is a break in play, to say a big hello to Paul Bradley, the England manager, the Maltese Falcon. He was with us in the UK last week. Unfortunately, Paul was taken ill. He's gone back to Malta. He's in hospital there at Malta undergoing tests. We do wish him a very, very speedy recovery. I cannot begin to tell you the amount of work that Paul does behind the scenes to make sure everything runs smoothly. He can get where water can't, Mr. Bradley. Not so quick at getting to the bar when it's his round, however. But I do pity those poor nurses in that Maltese hospital because they'll be on that phone constantly. But Paul, I'm sure you're tuning in on behalf of myself, Matt Owen, everyone connected with England seniors cricket, and I'm sure the touring Australians wish you a speedy recovery and hope to see you back sometime during the summer here in the UK.
so drinks break over. Glenn Pearce in bat, Peter Judd in bat, taking their places back. And yeah, it's Peter Judd at the facing end. The bowler's going to be coming in from the scoreboard end. As England fielders just get back to their marks. A few waving arms around to ask where they should be. And what are we on with? 59 for 1. We've had that one retirement by Peter O'Reilly. 15 overs gone, so we are a third of the way through now. Had some big hits from young Glenn Pearce already, and Judd played a lovely little backward cut there, and I thought it was a brilliant dive by Slip Gully, and seemed to jump over the ball. And that throw in actually clipped the bail off the top of the stumps as it came in. Or was that a bit of gamesmanship from the wicketkeeper? I'm not sure. He looked straight at the.
Well, Alan Lee is the stumper for today. Plays for Yorkshire Ridings. Lovely bloke out. He kept wicket at Southport last year. Shot straight down the ground. Yeah, kept wicket. Very, very good stumper in his own right. But as we said before, England absolutely stacked in that position. Likes of Steve Aston, Simon Routh, Gary Joyce. But Al, when he gets his chance, he'll take it. Very, very good stumper. Very good batsman as well.
Yeah, of course, Rush, this is the first time that we have seen, me and Matt, the Australian side. Of course, you've seen them many a time. Of course, that World Cup, you know, most notably, and of course, the Ashes. This side have just really, you know, we've heard a lot about them from you last year, and obviously coming up this year to be able to cover them alongside yourself. They just look a really well drilled side, and it's to be an exciting summer ahead. What a dive that was!
He slipped in the wicket there, didn't he? Sent back by Peter Judd, and as he turned, he fell over and then had to dive to get into his crease. I think the bowl actually missed the stump in anyway, but it dirtied that nice white sweater of his anyway. Got involved in the action.
He did indeed. And what you do get from Australia, of course, I mean, we'll just break off as Dave Richton comes in again. The one that's in the air and just playing through the gap. Man at wideish gully. Couldn't prevent that going past him. Just a single to the total then. Yeah, what you have is 16 incredibly talented individuals who come together under the banner of the Australian flag and become a team.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to do. Some big personalities in this Australian touring party, but they put their egos aside and they come together as a team, which makes them a very, very formidable outfit indeed.
As we say, a pleasure and a privilege to be covering a very busy summer ahead for England and Australia. We'll be at Cheadleholm tomorrow. A slightly earlier start, 11 a.m. Here's the kick-off time. Obviously barring no rain delays like we saw today or Sunday at Handsworth against the West Indies. But it'd be nice to see the Lions in action again against this Australian side.
Yeah, I think the weather forecast for tomorrow is much, much better, with the caveat that we are in the northwest of England, of course. Trench foot and all that. Be all right when they go over the hill to God's country next week. Shot. Yeah, nice shot. Good fielding, Dave Richton there, I think. Good cricket all round.
Almost a good catch there. It went straight over him in the end.
He almost seemed to lose that in the air, didn't he? He's hooked it off over mid-wicket and he looked like he was underneath it, then saw he wasn't, took a step back, and before he knew it, the ball had flown over his head and passed him by, unfortunately.
.63 then for the loss of 1 wicket for Australia. That's another good shot as it fizzes towards us, but it will be well fielded. Boundary prevented. We have seen some good fielding actually, Matt, from this Northern 11. It's been quite pleasing to see. As we say, it's a team, I think a lot of them, I don't think have played together before, because it's a bit of quite a few different counties playing, alongside each other in this northern side, which is good to see actually. It's a nice range of counties on offer here, playing against the team from down under.
Yeah, as you've seen, some players not knowing each other's surnames, so it's a kind of put together side of the Northern 11, which is great. Gives the Australians an early run out before the Grey Ashes, but yeah, compared to what Doug was saying with fielding with your feet, there's some very talented fielders out there today. And I think they're doing all right. Again, I never like to judge before you get both sides batting, but it looks to me like Glenn Pearce is obviously using his time out there to open his shoulders a bit and have a swing now. He's had a couple of big swings at things.
Obviously, there's a few of these to come, Rash, this summer, where Australia, in some of these warm-up games before those, those big, the games, obviously in the Ashes at Littleborough, Fairburn, Tame, Spas, and Royal Ascot, they're playing the likes of, a Midlands 11. You've also got the Chairman's 11, the South East 11, and Surrey as well. My goodness, that was a close one. As I was looking down at my notes, but yeah, that's an interesting test. Look at that.
Yeah, direct hit, and he was gone for all money. It was a good pick-up. Sorry to interrupt you, Wayne, go on.
No, that's all right.
Again, just talking about great fielding, that was awesome, wasn't it? It was good cricket all round, really.
Very
Nice
good.
forward shot, and like Rash said, if that had been a direct hit, that was definitely gone, as he'd skipper Judd cuffs that one out there.
Oh, that's a nice. I'm going to use that. Cuffs. I like that. I do like that.
Yeah, it's a different test for them, Rash. I think that was the point I was trying to make. Playing different counties and different 11s amalgamated, from different counties. What do you make of that? Alongside the Ashes game, it's a good test for them ahead of those games.
It is, definitely, because they need games. You're coming a long, long way. It's similar to what we had when we toured Australia in November and December. You're going such a long way. You've got to make it worth your while. You've got to play a lot of games to get value for money. It has a knock-on effect, of course, because fatigue does play a factor as Rishton comes in again. That squirts off the outside edge, out to the man at cover. Does the fielding, keeps it to 1. So fatigue and travel, they do toll up. But it gives an opportunity with these regional games, let's say, to rest a few players. 4 resting today, as you heard from Doug Murphy. But it's a great opportunity for the guys who play in the first division of the county championship up and down the country to pit their wits against the best over 60s team in the world. It's a great honour for them to be represented. We've got 4 counties represented here on the Northern 11 side, 3 from Yorkshire, I think 6 from the Yorkshire Ridings, 2 from Cheshire and 1 from Durham. They probably won't get the opportunity to play a touring side of this calibre. So they're going to take a lot of benefit from it. Grappenhall as a venue is going to take a lot of credit for it and a lot of prestige. It's a big honour to be chosen to host these games. And I know Paul Radage, the England batsman, has done a lot to make sure this fixture has got away.
So then, 71 for the loss of 1. Of course, the other caveat, Peter O'Reilly being an early retirement for him. As we say, a bit of a nice way just to see quite a few different players. Because the way those first 2 were going, Matt, it could have been really could have been a long run for those 2, couldn't it? But 18 overs gone now. Still Peter Judd and Glenn Pearce either side.
Lovely little dab there from Judd. Just opened his bat up, ran it down to short third man. Again, good fielding. Wiki missed it, and it was well backed up there in kind of square leg position, mid wicket. Very well backed up, which you'd like to see as a skipper in the field. More good fielding. Oh, that's a swing and a miss. Let's wrap the pads, but I think it's well down leg side. The Northern 11 didn't even appeal, so don't think we're getting a replay of that, but had a swing at it across the line there for Glenn Pearce. Swung across it, missed it, wrapped the pad. He certainly hasn't missed that one. That was shot like a tracer bullet straight to the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, really, really good. Coming straight towards us, wasn't it, Matt, there? Fantastic. Another boundary, and that's 77 for the loss of 1 wicket now for Australia. Really starting to tick over now, which is good to see from anyone of an Australian persuasion. As we said earlier when they came off the coach, really friendly bunch. Saying hello to everybody, and it's gone straight through the leads. Well, that first fielder, but that boundary is smartly prevented.
They are a friendly bunch, Owen. But I would caution you, the man prowling to my left, just giving us a wave, Darren Smith. Those of a certain age, if I say this line, don't make him angry, you wouldn't like him when he's angry. He was spitting feathers when he was out. Yes. Absolutely spitting feathers. But I had the great privilege to interview Darren at the second One Day International at Caulfield Park in Melbourne last winter. Spoke very eloquently about the state of seniors cricket and how the Australian Cricket Board view them. We'll get him on at some point during this tour. He's good value. He's Darren. It's good to see him here. As Dave Richton continues from the scoreboard end, that's tossed up. And as this stream is going out live, please get in touch. Send your comments in. We'll try and get through as many as we can.
Really pleasant afternoon of it now as we're approaching 2 o'clock here in Grappenhall. No delivery then from Richton. As we say, a good second test, as we say, second of 16 games this month for Australia. Really good schedule for them, and that'll trickle over. Will it be prevented? Of 4? It will, just about. Well fielded again.
Right, just an example there. That player is no more than, I'd say, 15 yards away. Just dabbed into the offside. But in contrast to what we saw from the West Indians over the last week or so. That's gone big. Down the ground. And 4. Yeah, the previous delivery just gives you an indication of the mindset of these Australian batsmen. Nice little dab into the offside. That field is no more than 15 yards away. Quick call from the non-striker. Easy single in the end. It's that running between the wickets that sets teams apart. We've seen an improvement, a vast improvement in that by the England boys, definitely. But you can take singles and get the score ticking over. It doesn't have to be boundaries. But it helps if you can keep the scoreboard rolling, and then you get a ball like that. Free your arms, 4. Suddenly you've got 8, 9 off the over without doing very much at all. Well, 20 overs in then. Australia 86 for the loss of 1 wicket. Peter O'Reilly, who opened up with Darren Smith, he retired not out. Darren Smith, the man out. You've got the Aussie skipper, Peter Judd, and Glenn Pearce out in the middle at the moment. And I'm going to take a short break and have a wander around and have a chat with a few people. See if I can drag somebody over for you boys.
There is Rash. Plenty of your time for the moment. As Australia carry on then. We're just under halfway through now of the Australian innings. Yeah. $86 for 1. But I've really been impressed with the standard so far shown by Australia. You know, and as we mentioned earlier, with Dud Murphy, big thank you for him for joining us earlier on. If you missed that, it's a great interview. And that's going to be another 4, isn't it? My goodness, and it's straight into the bush again. No, it's a 6. Apologies, yes. Another cracking effort there. It's into the bushes again. For 6 this time. Their second of the day. 93 for 1 now. And just as I mentioned, and how good Australia have looked so far, how impressive they've looked, Matt. You know, they proved my point with their second sits of the day.
Yeah, Glenn Pearce has now moved on to 36 and no time at all. Like I say, he really does clout that cricket ball right out the middle for another one there. But again, quickly round by the England fielder, quickly in. Good cricket all round there, really. And I wonder whether Glenn's getting close to a retirement. As we've heard the tactic from Doug for the Australians is to give everyone 35 balls, and I look at the conditions. That's shot past the outside edge of Peter Judd, as you see in the replay. Really taken in beautifully by the wicketkeeper and stumped, but Judd had that back foot in his popping crease, so nothing doing.
Australia then quickly approaching that 100. 95 for the loss of one now, as we're into that 21st over. Australia really starting to, this is looking really impressive for them ahead of those. Obviously that Lions game tomorrow at Cheadle Hall. And of course, coming up on Monday at Littleborough.
Yeah, you can see from the scoreboard there, you've got Glenn Pearce on 37, Peter Judd on 17. 1 wicket down, we have had that retirement. 20 overs gone, we're into the 21st over. And there's a nice wide shot of Grappenhall Cricket Club. Beautiful reception we've had from everybody here. We got in nice and early. Some not so early, young Ivor in the van, a little lion I think. And met the groundsman who was had the heavy roller on the wicket, doing a grand job of preparing it, and we've got a cracking little pitch here for some beautiful cricket to be played today. Oh, he just gave that a bit of airtime there. Cut shot from Peter Judd out towards point, and it just bounced, just didn't carry to the field. A half chance of a catch if that travelled a bit further, Owen.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, really good welcome from everyone we've had today, and that's going to trickle towards us here for another 4, and it will be 99 for 1 now for England. And that again, Matt, just shows the quality possessed here by Australia. Really will be a very interesting summer ahead. We're going to shortly have another Australian player with us. And this time, joining me and Matt Evans on the commentary desk is Darren Smith. So a big thank you for joining us, Darren, just as Australia reach 100 for 1. Darren, what have you made of it so far? Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a beautiful ground today. Very, very impressive. The way that you put things together like this little village out in the middle of nowhere, and you're able to produce such a great ground as this, and it really does add to a lot of village scene here. So we don't often get this kind of thing. Back home it'll be a little bit drier than all this, and yeah, you don't often have the houses too close. Too many windows go, but with Piercy out there at the moment, there could be windows go still, because he certainly does hit the ball quite hard.
Yeah, fantastic. And say, you obviously started the tour yesterday at Staffordshire Cricket Club. There was a good first victory of the series. It's a busy old series over this next month for you. How are you and the squad feeling ahead of, looking to retain that grey ashes? How are you and the squad feeling ahead of those games?
We have got a very strong side. We've come off obviously our summer, and we haven't really, for the last couple of months, we haven't played, or 3 months probably, we haven't really played at all. Maybe some practice here and there, but we haven't had centre wicket practice. So these first 3 games are really important for us, and to give everyone a fair go. And that's precisely what Peter Judd has done. He's given everyone a fair crack, and it takes a lot to get over here, as you would know. You're looking upwards up to $20,000 each of us have to come over here with to be able to do that. And we're representing Australia, but we've got to pay for that. It's all self-funded. So, it's representing Australia, and you've got to pay that kind of brass. It's a little bit tricky. But fortunately, we've got some wonderful wives at home, mine especially, young Kylie. Look, she's amazing, but to let me able to come over here and all that kind of thing, I'm very, very, very grateful for her. But yeah, look, it's a wonderful situation where we've got a wonderful bunch of blokes. I'll do anything for these blokes, and these blokes will do anything for me too. So it's the camaraderie here in our team is huge. And it's like a men's shed. It really is. Our toys are bats and things that we make. But we have a great time, and we enjoy each other's company quite a lot. There's a couple of people that you would have to say that they are the team clowns, but not mentioning who they are. But yeah, look, but it adds to the atmosphere, and it adds to the people. And we've got some wags here too that's fantastic. They've really been involved, and Cheryl Blair, she's amazing for what she does. She's always going around taking pictures and keeping us there. But yeah, look, it's really good fun. I enjoy it. But we've got 16 games in 32 days. And the first game was yesterday. So we are going through it quite a lot. We've enjoyed each other's company, but we've actually enjoying also the hospitality over there. It's been fantastic, the game yesterday and now here today. But this ground is a little bit better than the other one. I've got to admit that. Please don't get me wrong, but the other one had I just like the swales that were in the actual. There were swales that were actually in the ground. It was quite interesting, actually. I haven't seen it too often like that. I'd expect the bulldozer to be out here and straighten it up a little bit. But look, it's lovely over here. The people are always great, and we've enjoyed their company. But we've got a very strong side, I'd have to say to you. The boys are really, really hunting quite strongly here. We've come with a lot of intent. So, we're very hungry, and it's something that we really want. And each of us have really helped each other out quite a lot.
I'm presuming the Kylie you're married to isn't the Minogue.
No, she's not.
Oh, I was going to ask for an autograph.
No, she's not. She's not really a singer.
Neither's Minogue, were they?
That's very good. I hope she's not listening.
Yeah, matter of opinion. Here comes the lawsuit.
She's listening to this. Yeah. We've got a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially being over 60.
Yeah. Just on a more serious note, there, you were a little disgruntled when your wicket fell. You were distracted by the scoreboard or something. Just talk us through it.
You don't want me to put
you threw a few words out there to the scoreboard. We actually heard it as well because we were looking for the bowler's name, and he did yell bowler's name just at the running and the chat came in. Yeah.
It was just like.
So we did feel you were a little bit hard done by there, but.
Oh well, thank you for at least you heard it.
Yeah. So we heard it as well. Yeah, no.
Wasn't me imagining things.
No, it wasn't a stroppy sportsman throwing his toys at his pram. So we'll forgive you.
I was just trying to say, well, shouldn't you call it a dead ball?
Yeah.
That's what probably it should have been. If someone yells out like that on the field. As they come into bowl, that would have been classified the same thing, a dead ball. But anyway, that was the way it went. I've got to live with it. But it was the timing factor was huge.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Cost us a few quid to get him to get that right as well.
have got it from Kylie.
Yeah. So we were looking at your schedule. It's a busy old. You've got 16 games in your month over here. I presume there's not a lot of time left for any sightseeing around. You've come serious business. You really have come to retain that grey Ashes, haven't you?
Yeah, look, it's a good look. We had the Ashes over in Australia, and we were up 3-0, and just the way things happened, selections and a few other things like that was, and it was just tricky. We got injuries. That happened. Anyway, it got to the stage where we lost. The fourth game was actually a very close game, and it ended up being some really good hitting at the end. And they got away. They chanced their arm, and they got away with it. And we had that game absolutely, packed up, if I can put it that way. But we lost that one. But the fifth game, they actually come in and absolutely pumped us in that. But like I said, we were a bit damaged in that one. But we've got the strength of this side now compared to what it was on the fourth and fifth game. Yeah, nice shot. Absolute cracking shot. Yeah. Good running too.
Yeah,
well
really
done.
Good, lovely little deep cut there from the batsman. They've run two really, really smartly there.
Yeah. Butts is a very good player. Very good. He's from Western Australia, from Esperance. And he has got a very good square game. Indeed.
So do you normally open the batting, or is that a little reshuffle for this warm-up game? Are you hoping to stay there, or what's your normal number in the batting order?
It's normally opening. I'm normally an opener. But we've got quite a few openers in the side. So I may be going down to 3 to be able to help facilitate the 2 upstairs. So that could be the case. But, that's the way I can, as Juddy says, I can bat down or up the order wherever it is. So it may be a situation I'll be moving.
Yeah. And it just shows your fantastic team spirit. I mean, we had Doug on early. He's more than happy to sit out today to give everyone a run out, and you're more than happy to drop down the order. It just shows the great camaraderie and team spirit that you've come over here with. The one goal in mind, retain the grey Ashes. Yeah,
look, I don't know what the score was for when we come out. We're just here now. It's about 40. I don't know. It'd be close to 40 at any rate. Should have been. But, you start going 40 plus as an opening partnership, you've got to be happy. And then, from that, you springboard off. And I think that's what we've done today. And, the bowler's bowled reasonable line. Oh, I think it's bowled him. Just touched the top of it. Yep.
Yeah, that's got it. Yeah, well spotted.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought there was a nick there. And you called it perfectly there. Just nicked the top of the bails.
Yeah.
I thought he nicked it and the wicketkeeper dropped it there, but that's another wicket there for England. As Australia now 107 for 2. Obviously, we've got that retirement in there as well. So effectively 107 for 3, we think. I'm presuming your batsmen won't come in. They won't come back in. They're not going to.
Oh, they can, but we've got our batting depth is compared to last year. I would have to say our batting depth's probably gone up another half.
Okay, it's 2 retirements, isn't it? So it's for 4 effectively.
So look, our batting depth goes right down. I've never seen a side stronger than this, and not only that, it's the type of people we've got. Just absolutely, they're amazing people, and in our side and our team, and I can't speak more highly of them. Mm-hmm. And it's just I'm just so proud to be around them. And and plus the Wags, and I think they're not all over here at the moment, but there's a few coming later. But they're very good, They're involved all the time. Cheryl used to go around with it. She has to have media on the back of her, and so she can go around anywhere she wants. So, it's very good. It's very good.
Brilliant. Well, Darren, thank you for your time, and good luck this summer. do let us know when Kylie joins you. We'll join you for some karaoke. But no, thanks for coming and giving us this great festival of cricket, and I really do hope you enjoy your summer.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, guys. And like I said, it's just lovely to be here. The hospitality is fantastic, and and the ambience of what you put here, the oak trees, the elms, and everything around, and the hedges, things like that you don't often get in Australia. All right, you get a pine tree and a couple of you might get an odd roo come across, but it's quite interesting anyway. You might even get the Joe Blake, the snake, like whatever. But look, it's a lot of fun, and like I said, anyone's listening to this that are at age, 40s, 50s, 55s, 60s, 65s, and there's even 70s, women and men. And if anyone's listening to this that think that this is not much, have a look around, and I would have to say, and this is going to be a challenge to a lot of people, I think, that our side, when we got our full selection of our side on the paddock, I reckon we would mix it with a lot of first grade sides in Sydney. Okay, so that's how I know that our side is quite a good side. I compare that to that. But look, any of those 40-year-olds or above cricketers that are watching this and thinking, oh, I could play this, well, it only takes a phone call. Get on the phone call, get in there, do a Google search, and have a look for your local club. And please, come along, because the cricket is played in a lovely spirit of the game. Hopefully you won't see too many people call out. But, it's something that you can get involved with, and the people are very similar to you in a lot of ways, because you all got this wonderful game of cricket in common. And I'd really encourage those people that are listening to put their hands up, take up the phone call, and get involved. Thanks, guys.
Brilliant. Darren Smith there. Thank you very much for joining us here on the commentary desk. So, 110 for 2 now. Matt, and after all that excitement, there are a few new batters out there for the Aussies.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful words from Darren there, and like he says, hopefully we've got a few listening to and watching this stream. Stick your comments in there and let us know. I certainly enjoyed that talk with Darren. It's highly entertaining. The scoreboard's ticking over here decently for Australia, and as Darren reminded us, we had 2 retirements, so it's technically at the moment it's 111 for 4. As Darren quite rightly says, they can come back in to bat, but don't think they're going to. They're kind of tactically using the time to give everyone a run out. You've got batsman number 5 on 3 and 6 on 1. 24 overs gone. So we're well through the second third of this game. And Stephen Butler and Alan Muggleton, as Owen informs me, are in the middle now batting. And I didn't think I'd speak to Kylie's husband on this journey this summer, but that's one to make the wife jealous. Great drive, great fielding. Oh, brilliant. Good cricket all round. I hope you picked that up on the stream. That was a beautiful drive. Straight through covers by the batsman. Fielder was round there, really rapid. Shied it at the stumps, just bounced over. And again, well backed up. So some... and as Darren was saying, Owen, it is a good standard of cricket. They really do play some good stuff out here.
Oh, certainly is, Matt. So some great words from him. And again, just echoes that sentiment that we've heard all day from them when they first came off that coach. That was the first glimpse we got of them, this morning. And just what a lovely bunch of people, a lovely bunch of blokes, as Darren said. And he couldn't have put it any better than that, did he?
Yeah. Well, we said to both him and Doug that the one thing this first morning meeting the guys is the camaraderie shone out. They brought their kangaroo and their flag and plonked it straight in the flower bed there, and they've come with a great attitude, a great spirit, and really looking forward to this. As Rash has joined us back from the clubhouse. Hope you had a good little chin wag with a few over there, Rash.
Yeah, I did. I'm surprised you two aren't gibbering Rex. How was he? Was he nice for you?
He was lovely, lovely. We didn't realise he's married to Kylie, so
He's a legend in his own lunchtime. Darren.
No, he spoke very well, and good promoter of seniors cricket as well, and the standard they play at. And the things we take for granted, I found interesting, Owen, was the hedges and the trees and the scenery you get in the village cricket of England that they don't get. They just play in a kind of barren landscape. The odd kangaroo or snake comes across, and they're really enjoying the scenery of the English countryside, which is nice to hear.
Well, two left-handers in. Alan Middleton on strike with the jumper Stephen Butler at the non-striker's end. First time I've seen Alan Middleton. I've had the pleasure of seeing Stephen at Western Australia when we were there in the winter. That's a nicely timed shot out into the deep. Just the one though. And the end of the over.
Yeah, he seems to time that drive really well, Alan Muggleton. What I've seen him so far, Rash, he just leans into it, doesn't overhit it, doesn't try and power it. He's timed 3 or 4 drives there really well into the covers, and seems effortless when he does it.
Yeah, looks in good order. Stephen Butler, his partner. I said saw him out in Western Australia. I think he was the 13th man for the 5th and final one-day international, if I remember rightly, due to an injury to Glenn Pearce, who I think re-injured his hamstring in the fourth match. But a very useful bowler and a more than useful batsman. Very, very good timer of a cricket ball.
How many of them have we seen today, Matt? Fantastic shot again.
Yeah, that was Alan. Well, he's been lapped here by his fellow batsman on the run. So run 3 there. Brilliant. Stephen was really going for it there on the run-in, but yeah, just a little bit high on his hip and clipped it off his hip straight down to fine leg. Fine leg, and they ran 3 in the end.
Yeah, he's actually gone to the Graham Pavey School of Running. I think Graham's one of the quickest players in senior cricket, but I think Stephen Butler could give him a run for his money. And that's nicely played into the onside. Fielder trots around from his position at mid-on to do the fielding. 1 more to the total then.
It's actually playing very much like we saw the groundsman earlier when we were here about 8:30, saying how dry it's been until today's and yesterday's rain. And a few of those deliveries are really rising up off a length, so there's still a bit of firmness in that pitch. That's just clipped off the hip again, not going to get the boundary. And again, Stephen was looking for a third there, but I think Alan needed a bit of a breather there. Yeah, a couple of those balls on the length are really kind of getting to the batsman hip height at this end for sure, from the pavilion bowling in anyway.
Yeah, wonderfully timed shot through the covers there from Muggleton. Didn't hold back. Just offered a bit of width. And he gratefully accepted. 2 bouncers into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really good. You know, we've had 2 Australian players on the interviews with us so far today, and they've just echoed the same sentiment of how like close knit they are, and they really enjoy each other's company. Yeah, even Darren saying just there, Matt, you know, I'd do anything for these blokes, and these blokes will do anything for me. That just shows how, you know, as well as the sport of cricket, they seem like they're a very good bunch of friends.
Yeah, and you can. What worries me is that edge of competitiveness on the back of all these comments here. They've got great camaraderie, they're great friends, but they are definitely here to win, Rash, aren't they?
There's no point in turning up if you're not. But interestingly, talking to a few of the boys they very rarely, because of the size of the country, get to play against each other. The only time they really come together is in the Nationals in November, which obviously all the state sides, the Kiwis are invited across. Just break off. So, whilst from the representative team, there's a few of them who know each other and quite a good smattering of New South Wales players. Likes of Doug Murphy, who came into the team last year, played the first 3 one-day internationals. He played against Stephen Butler, who plays out in Western Australia, but he'd never really spoken to him. And they're roommates. Good shot, straight down the ground. Lovely swing by Butler. Another 4 to him. Looks in good touch. But it's a big thing, but they do come together under the banner, as we've said, under the banner of the Australian flag. And egos aside, it's Team Australia. And when you've got that sort of ethos, talented players that they are, but when they come together like that and it's all for one, they are a very formidable outfit. But they know that this England team, they've learnt from their experiences down under last November and December. There'll be no pushovers. That's going for 4 as well, I fancy. It is. So back-to-back boundaries for Stephen Butler. It's just a mouth-watering prospect. The 3 matches against the Lions and then those 5 one-day internationals for the Grey Ashes.
So the way both sides are at the moment, obviously we've seen where Australia are at and how well informed they are. You look at an England side so far this summer, unbeaten, them and the Lions. You know, we're looking a bit ahead towards Monday, but what are you expecting on Monday in that first ODI rush? It's going to be quite the spectacle.
Yeah, it's going to be a fabulous game of cricket. Fingers crossed. It's a wonderful ground at Littleborough. Traditionally a very, very high scoring ground. We saw that last year, the 5th and final one-day international between England and Pakistan. England winning off the last ball of the series. Graham Shaw scoring the winning runs as a full toss and dispatched. Minimum amount of fuss by Butler. Wide of mid-wicket. Another 4 for him. Yeah, so it's a ground that traditionally you score heavily on. And both teams stacked with batting talent. I think the bowlers are going to have to work a bit, but we should be in for an absolute cracker.
As the batsman there just ends that over with a square cut towards point. And that's Australia, 135 for 2. We do have those 2 retirements, so 135 for 4 possibly if they don't come back out to bat, which we don't think they will. 28 overs gone. Heading towards the second drinks break, and the sun is still shining down on that scoreboard, as you can see from your pictures. Beautiful blue sky above with some high white fluffy clouds staying away from us. So I think we've got to change a bowler, have we? There's a bit of a field rearrange. Skipper and the bowler sorting out some new field placements just before we get underway for this 29th over. Fairly short run up, so I think we're going to see a bit of spin, are we, Rash?
I don't know if it's the same bowler. You have to forgive me, Matt, because I was lurking in the pavilion until the last over, so I'm not sure. And again, apologies, folks. We haven't been able to transfer the graphics over. Ivor is working magnificently and with due diligence to try and get the scores on. Thankfully, we've got the pictures and you can hear us. Oh, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest. But
the jury's still out, I think.
Yeah, we haven't got the scores up, so we can't really tell you obviously the bowlers' names and the facts and figures that big swing from Butler may have got an edge on that. We'll wait for the umpire's signal.
I think it was leg bowls, wasn't it?
No, must have got a Thickish inside edge.
Yeah.
Whistle past the stumps. But one more to the total then.
Must have been fairly lucky not to play onto there with that. Oh. Getting down leg, he's trying to turn it around the corner. Shot was seen regular in his innings today. He's missed it and it's wrapped the pad, but not an appeal from anyone out there. As we seem to be rattling through these overs this afternoon. Approaching the 30th over already, just leans forward and prods that. Gets a bit inside edgy and squirts out to a mid-wicket-ish. Wicket-keeper's right up here looking for a little nick. Bowler comes in again, just tries to dab it, missed it, straight into the keeper's gloves. Seemed to fire that one through a little bit quicker there, the bowler. Took it high as well, didn't he rush again? That's kind of stomach height for the keeper.
Yeah, good take by Alan Lees.
He strayed down leg there, that could be a wide, yeah, I thought it was going to be, yeah. Umpire signal wide, I think the bowler knew it as soon as he let go of the ball because he cried out in a bit of disbelief as he'd pulled it down leg, and umpire's signal, so we'll have an extra delivery this over as he comes to the crease again. Batsman prods forward with a defensive shot and nothing coming from that. That's the end of the 29th over, so it's 138 for 2. Australia in bat first, a joint decision there. There was no toss taken. The team's very friendly, decided to agree for Australia to bat first, giving them a good little warm-up ahead of this Grey Ashes tour of 5 one-day games coming up. As we're going to have a bowler now from the scoreboard end. Again, it looks like a new bowler to me. So like Rash was explaining, we've lost our scoreboard technology today, and with that we're struggling for bowlers' names and stuff because it's a Northern 11 facing Australia here today, which is not it's a kind of side put together. It's quite funny, the style, a lot of the players didn't know each other's surnames, and we were asking fielders who the bowler was and they didn't know, so it's obviously a put together side to give this tour inside a good decent warm-up test before they face England on Monday. Try to hook that around the corner there and miss. Yeah, is a wide, I was going to say. Try to hook it around the corner straight through the wicket keeper on the leg side, and umpires signalled wide, so just the loosener there for the new bowler, and he's tried that again, hooked it, he's got it this time, he's going to trundle off for 4. No, they're telling him to run, it hasn't made the boundary. That's them going to run 4, is it? I lost count there, and there's 3 or 4 they ran. I think it was 3. Let's see what the scoreboard ticks over to. It's on 139 at the moment. Yeah, 3 ran. Okay, just prodded forward there. Pop the ball into the covers. And the ball's thrown back to the bowler, who does a bit of a dodgy footwork from his football skills. Pings one down and the batsman's happy just to prod forward and put that back to the bowler. Going wide there again, that's down leg. I think the batsman's trying to flick that off his hip, and bowler's obviously strayed down the leg side because the umpire signalled another wide delivery, so a couple of loose ones here from the bowler at the scoreboard end. Oh, and again, another wide.
Oh, we're getting into Carlisle Stewart territory. Our friend Carlisle came in for the game on Sunday for the West Indies. And that's flighted. Oh, misfield in the covers. There is a man sweeping on the deep cover boundary. Yes, our friend Carlisle Stewart, he had a torrid time in his first over. 9 wides. That's a good shot. Yeah, nicely picked up by Butler. Dispatched with minimum amount of fuss through mid-wicket. Yeah, that game on Sunday, 9 wides, and then, as happens on a cricket field, you just want a big hole to open up and swallow you up. But the ball followed him like a magnet, and then he was fielding it long off. The ball was hit in his direction. He decided he was running the other way. That's a nice cut. That's going to be cut off, I fancy. It is. 2 more to Butler. And it was right in front of us, and the commentary truck. He runs off to the left as the ball flashes past him to the right, much to the annoyance of Zamin Amin, the West Indies captain. So drinks, 30 overs gone. The 150 up for Australia, going well. 151 for 2. The men out in the middle at the moment, Stephen Butler and Alan Muggleton. I think they'll be well pleased, boys, with 15 to go. It's been a good run out for them. Obviously, they're operating on that 35 balls per man scenario. So, whilst you do have to play yourself in, the emphasis is on scoring and scoring quickly, which obviously is the mantra of the Australian team. But I've been quite impressed with the fielding from the Northern 11 boys. They've certainly put themselves about, some decent bowling as well. So as we have drinks, 15 to go, set up nicely.
Yeah, really good first viewing for me and Matt of this Australian side. We'll take this time in just a moment just to take a big thank you to our sponsors. Of course, the England Over 60s is proudly sponsored by Stonehill Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube and Clean Clad. Thank you very much for your continued support, and of course a lot of this and a lot of the sponsor, without that sponsorship we wouldn't be able to be on the air, or the England squad wouldn't be able to play as many games as they can over the country. It's a great honour for England, and for all that help from the sponsors, a big thank you to all of you. So Matt, first viewing of this Australian side, 30 overs gone, as Rash mentioned, 151 for 2. What have you made of them so far here in Grappenhall?
Yeah, very competent. I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, the only seniors cricket I've experienced is England. Well, little commentaries last year and this year. They've looked to cut above the Pakistan game team, the West Indies team, as we talked about. More agile, more athletic than the West Indies team in the field. Getting down and fielding properly, and cracking bowling lineup, really deep in the batting. And we've seen already, as we've discussed driving up the motorway, that you can see that the world number one's Australia. They've taken it so seriously and professional, giving everyone a little run out there. They've obviously got a lot of quality that they brought over here. Darren was saying, he thinks it's the strongest side they've had together ever. So much so he reckons that they could kind of compete very well in the 40s league in the Sydney area. Throwing down a bit of a challenge to the boys back home, wasn't he, when he was chatting to us? So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it'll be absolutely barnstorming tour. We can't really gauge yet because this is a Northern 11, like you said. But when we actually have the full England team and full Australian team out there in the middle, going head to head, I think we're on for a cracking summer. I'm hoping we're going to have a 205 Flintoff Ashes finale in the last game. We've talked about it already, haven't we? How nice it would be to come down to the last game and ever. But I just think the standard of cricket is going to be, we're obviously England biased and we'd like to see them win. But I think we're just going to see an absolute brilliant show of cricket. And like Rash is always saying, if you're in those local areas, check out where the games are. on the England's Over 60s Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and get yourself down there because you will be surprised at the standard of cricket. It's absolutely sublime.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Matt. I think we'll get a marker tomorrow when this Australian outfit take on the Lions, and the Lions squad. They will have something to prove, but I think we'll get an indication of how Australia are going to play this. We think we know how they're going to set themselves out. They play with intent right from the off, and they try and put you under as much pressure as they can, and that's batting. Quick singles, play the shots, which is why there's 35 balls per player. I think is a really, really good thing to do. It gets them in the right mindset, so when you come to the more important game, shall I say, everybody's on the same page. They know what they have to do, what they've been practicing. They're not trying to do anything other than what they've been practicing, and it becomes muscle memory, doesn't it? It becomes rote, and if you're doing it time and time and time again, and you're doing it effectively and you're doing it well, you've got to be a very, very good team to disrupt them. They're not invincible, however. We're talking them up. England got a very, very good squad, a very talented group of players, and they know that they've got past experience of getting in and amongst this top order from Australia, and if you do, then you've always got a chance. But like the boys have said and I've said, it's going to be a fantastic series. Really, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I mean, every game I've been to, the England bowling has definitely been better than everyone that I've seen them face. They've got a really strong bowling lineup, and I think it's Tony Panicasio. Really looking forward to seeing him. You know, he's at IMC Over 60s World Player of the Year 2024, and Russia's talked us through a bit his bowling prowess. So to see those batsmen for England who we've seen just kind of flail batting attack, bowling attacks around the park, see how they manage against him will be really interesting. I mean, I think Russia only took 33 wickets last year, which is extraordinary. So putting our batsmen that we've seen knock 50s and centuries around against the IMC Over 60s Player of the Year will be really, really intriguing.
Yeah, fantastic return for Tony. And I've got to say, even just to see, you know, this is two sides really on top form when it comes to it on Monday. And as Rash mentioned, that Lions game tomorrow at Cheadle at 11 AM start time. If you can get around to the Cheadle area, do make it, because it's going to be a great test and some great England players on show there in Cheadle tomorrow. Free of charge, so get yourself down there to Cheadle. First of 3 Lions internationals against Australia this summer. After tomorrow, they play at a ground that Rash is really familiar with at Ooty Bridge on the 4th of July, and then the 10th of July, a ground that me and Matt have been to. It's the first game we covered for the England Over 60s, and that's a big call. Umpire says nothing. We've heard something from the sideline say, "Come on, umpire." Should that have been called out? What did you make of that one, Rash?
I think that's... Now, be kind to the fielding side. Optimistic is the best way I can put that. Nice appeal, though. Not in the style of a Mike Palmer or a Nick Newman. They need to work on that a bit.
But as we say, yes, the first of 3 Lions internationals tomorrow, the 4th of July at Ooty Bridge Cricket Club, and the 10th of July at Stratford-upon-Avon Cricket Club.
Yeah, really looking forward to all the games, but particularly Owen, the one on the 4th of July. Friday the 4th of July, 11 o'clock start. My home club, Ooty Bridge, in the north of Sheffield, about 3 miles from the world famous Sheffield Wednesday Football Club. Or Sheffield Wednesday nil, as most people know them by. Including myself, long-suffering fan. But yeah, if you're in the Sheffield area, or in the local area, please come down Friday the 4th of July.
Yeah, it's a good test for them tomorrow, Rash, against the Lions. How do you see that first game going? Because obviously some good players in that Lions side. As we've said, that England squad of over 30 players in it. I tell you, there's some good players in that side. So it's Australia, that's going to be a good metric for them, isn't it, ahead of Monday?
Yeah, I mean, I've got the provisional team sheet in front of me. Just when I was wandering about, I believe there are going to be a couple of changes. So I won't divulge all the team. And that's down the leg side and dispatched very nicely indeed. Full toss. Backwards of square for 4. Another 4 for Butler. Yeah, but it's packed full of talent. And it's packed full of people who are emerging. People have done well for the Lions so far this summer. They'll be trying to stake a claim for inclusion in the senior squad, if I can use that phrase. So it's a big game for them. But again, it's a big game for Australia as well. They will try and do what England did against the state sides down under, go undefeated, of course. England managed to do that with one tie, with the tied game in Benalla. But it'll just give us an indication, I think, of where we stack up. But each game is different, of course. But I know those Lions players are really looking forward to it. Quick single taken there. One more to Muggleton. 160 for 2 then. Oh, it's cut away. Might just hold up. Misfield from the fielder. 2 more to Butler then. Oh, I've got cricketing royalty who've sidled in to my right. Ah, oh, what a shot. Well, it looks in fine touch to Stephen Butler. Short, wide, but he was onto it in a flash. Swivel round, absolutely right out the screws. Backwards a square, another 4 for him. He's going along very nicely indeed. Australia 167 for 2. And at the end of the over, we'll introduce who's coming to the commentary area. Might be a slight deal. We might get you on now, actually. I think that ball's gone into the hedge. It has. White picket fences in Australia, you see. It stops the ball. You don't have any of this malarkey. He's not getting his hands in there. Oh, who's going over now then? Well, while they're looking for the ball, I'll introduce the gentleman to my right. Real honour and a privilege to speak to this gentleman. The new Australian captain, I'll put it that way, after Peter Jensen. And Peter, I know you'll be tuning in. I hope you're keeping well, my friend, as Peter stepped down the end of the Ashes series last year. Peter Judd, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rash. Pleasure to speak to you again. Last time was out in Australia, so good to see you.
And you, sir. So, captaining an Australian side in England on an Ashes tour, absolute. Must be such a proud moment for you. But let me just take you back. New Zealand, you had a nice, I'm going to say comfortable series against New Zealand. But
no, not at all. No, it was hard fought. It was the scoreline doesn't reflect how close the games were. We were in trouble 3 games out of 3 and somehow just found a way, which was pleasing, but we didn't play the cricket as well as we would have liked. So we've got plenty to work on.
Plenty to work on indeed. Just break off. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, well fielded. Well fielded. Well hit by Stephen Butler, but well fielded by the man at mid-off. Hit very powerfully to him. Brings the end of the over. So having been the vice skipper under Peter to be given the honour of captaining Australia, what was it like in that first series against New Zealand? Because there is a difference from vice captain to captain.
Definitely. I had a fairly long apprenticeship. I was vice captain to Eric Higgins on our 23 tour here to UK. And then through the World Cup, I was vice captain to Peter. And then we had our own Ashes series late last year, and vice captain again. And yeah, it sort of came as a surprise, really, when Peter said that was going to be his last series. And, well, I'm not sure if he's going to stand by it, but he said his last cricket ever. So we'll wait and see on that one. I hope he doesn't give it away just yet.
No, absolutely not. He'll be fiddling his golf handicap, though, won't he?
Yes, he loves his golf, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Peter obviously has started a big, busy month for you now here in England ahead of that Grey Ashes to come, starting on Monday. Obviously, you've had the test at Staffordshire yesterday, that Midlands 11, and then, of course, today. That first real metric, though, of an England side is, of course, that Lions game tomorrow. How are you and the squad feeling ahead of that?
Look, we're looking forward to the whole series starting. And initially, we were only scheduled to play 2 games before Monday's international that's coming up. And we sort of negotiated, and people here in England were very good to us and allowed us to play that game yesterday against Staffordshire. And they were just wonderful hosts too. They made us feel so welcome, so accommodating, anything we needed, and we just had a great day for us. It was a good workout. We ticked sort of probably just about all the boxes we wanted to tick for a warm-up, lead-up game, and that's not being disrespectful to them at all. And then today, of course, we've got 4 changes. 4 people who didn't play yesterday are playing today. And then tomorrow, we'll have a bit of a rotation going again because with the 16 games and 7 internationals all up, and then these Lions games, there's 3 of those, we see those as important fixtures as well. And throw in a Chairman's 11 game. So, we're prioritising that there's probably 11 really important games out of 16. And in preparation, I sort of broke up this tour into 3 sections. The first 6 games, the next 5, and the final 5. And there's a bunch of internationals in the final 5. So logistics, 16 players instead of 18 last time, which I'm pleased with. And everybody is self-funding their trip, so they want to, well, I won't say value for money, but you know what I mean. You want people to get as much as they can out of the experience. And I don't want to get to that last 5 games and suddenly I've sort of caught myself out and thinking, oh, gee, this person needs to play some more games. And maybe it's not then your best 11 that you're trying to put out, or best 12. That is a good shot. So, yeah, we've put a fair bit of planning in. The big unknown, of course, is injuries. If we get some injuries, and then that sort of changes the whole quota, if you like, that people might play.
I'll just break off for a minute. Johnny brings up Stephen Butler's half century. Beautiful.
Oh, he's
flick
played really well
through
again.
mid-wicket.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see him get time out in the middle. Wonderful, wonderful timer of a cricket ball, as I've said.
And he's just busy. He's
Yeah,
always busy.
He is. Very good bowler as well.
Yes. Yes, he had a good spell for us in the second international in New Zealand. Yeah. We weren't defending a heck of a lot of runs, and we had some bowling options, and sometimes you don't get to use them all. And when Steve got his chance, he bowled a 9-over spell when we probably weren't looking to bowl 9-over spells, but we just couldn't take him off. He did a great job.
He did indeed. And with that 50, he's going to retire. Well battered.
Very well.
And he's going to kill me when he hears this back on the replay, but the unmistakable figure of the big O.
No,
He's going to kill me.
You said that. That wasn't me.
Claude Orlando from Tasmania, the Aussie, one of the Aussie stumpers. John Adamson, your other one.
That's
Judy,
correct.
that's
We
right.
have two.
Yeah.
Doug would like to think he's our third, and he probably is. But gee, we could be in a bit of trouble if we get to that.
He's Doug said he's already kept wicket.
Yes, he did. He kept our last game in New Zealand was sort of a friendly, I suppose, at a beautiful little quirky ground called the Valley of Peace. And yeah, we let Doug have a go, and that was deliberate, just so we could have a look and see it as something to consider for this tour coming up. So yeah, we got some feedback from that.
I know he's itching to turn his arm over on this tour.
There could have to be some bribery going on there, Rash.
But you alluded to, Peter, about the tour and the length of it and 16 players. The benefits of having a smaller squad. I'll just break off for a minute. As should be signalled wide by umpire Ford, and it is. Down the leg side, well taken by Alan Lees. It does come with its pluses, of course. It means you're very, very tight-knit, but there are, minus points to it as well. A couple of injuries you may suffer, and we hope you don't, but then it puts tremendous strain on the squad with the travelling that you're doing. Obviously, internationals against Wales and travelling to Scotland and then back down again. You're here, there and everywhere. It can put its strain on the squad as a whole.
Yeah, it's a big unknown, isn't it? I mean, you sort of go into it with your fingers crossed and hope everything goes well. If you do happen to have some injuries, well, then you just have to think on your feet and make adjustments. But yeah, hopefully we don't get to that. In my time with seniors cricket, which began back in 2017 with a 50s tour here, there's no doubt that the people that have been selected in Australian sides and squads, their general level of fitness and mobility is a lot better. It's really improved, and it has to be. And with that, I think it's come the case where you don't need to maybe tour with as many as you used to, but it is a risk for sure coming with 16. But Eric, who was captain back in 23 when he had a squad of 18 to juggle, that's hard. It's hard to keep people happy and engaged in the whole tour.
Peter, can I just get your thoughts on the initiative that's taking place in Masters cricket, seniors cricket, but particularly driven by what's happening out in Australia with the middle age group? So, you've got your 40s, your 45s, your 50s, your 55s, your 60s, your 65s, your 70s. I personally think it's a fantastic initiative. Just break off. Oh, just tickled around the corner. Yes, it's a shout from the non-striker, Claude Orlando. Trots through for a very easy single. One more to the total then. I just think there is an appetite for it, and it's not just an appetite in Australia, but an appetite from the people I've spoken to in the global cricketing world in seniors cricket. They really are wanting to embrace this.
I couldn't agree more, and probably it's selfishly of me because I'm on the cusp of getting into the second half of the 60s, so my time playing over 60s is understandably, it's probably near its end soon, maybe. And the thought of not being able to play representative cricket for maybe until I get 70s, if I can still do it then, that's a little bit depressing even. I love the opportunity. And am I right in thinking that England were going to have some 65 trials later this year, but that's been postponed for another year? Is that right?
I'm not sure if it's been postponed, Peter. I know I spoke with the England team manager, Paul Bradley, about it, and he's very, very keen to do it. We've got such a big player pool here in the UK.
Yeah, correct.
And it just gives the opportunity for people, like you say, if they're getting to 65, 66, maybe they're thinking, well, I can't really do it for the 60s. But if you've got a stage where you can do it for the 65s, yeah, why not?
Yeah, I agree.
There's a big take up from the counties, of course, because they're going to benefit from it. It's whether you can have a competition running alongside the already established 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. We have a packed 60s county championship, 18 matches.
Would you need to run another comp? Could you not select 65s, a core number of players, to consider for selection and then come up with a squad?
Again, I think that's an eminently sensible suggestion. It's whether you get the take-up from the counties and the representatives themselves. It's quite difficult, the machinations that go on behind the scenes. All I can tell you is that seniors cricket in England is growing year on year. We've got more counties now. I think we've got 4 divisions of the county championship, which is absolutely staggering.
Yeah, I just think it would be just not necessary to then have a separate over 65s competition. I know you've got some players now that I hear on the wonderful Silver Stumps podcast that keep popping up as performing in over 70s. Jim Phillips is one I can think of, and then he turns out again in the over 60s and his name comes up again. So why you can't come up with maybe some couple of trial teams, or maybe 4 trial teams, and just play those a couple of times, and then you could come up with a decent squad. I think that's how we would have to do it, or definitely have to do it in Australia. If somebody said, well, let's have a series between England and Australia at over 65s level, we'd just look at our national championships and look at birth certificates, and that would be it, you know. Yeah.
That's a good point. It's cricket, it's evolving, and I'm sure it will continue to grow. I think there's a consensus, and if the bigwigs get round the table internationally and collectively at national board levels, I'm sure we can get something arranged. I know there's an appetite for it, and it'll be a good product as well. People that I've been speaking to have tuned into the Ashes series last year. They were amazed at the standard. And I think it's testament, and I say it in every commentary, to the professionalism that you all show in seniors cricket, every single one of you, determination, the enthusiasm, and there's no little skill on display. And it's the one thing that people, you're throwing yourself around like lunatics. And they are really, really impressed with the standard. And as you say, Peter, it gets better and better each year.
Oh, no question about that.
Yeah, we had Darren Smith earlier on the commentary, Peter, and obviously he said at this moment in time it's probably one of the best Australian over 60 sides he's seen. In terms of ahead of the Grey Ashes, do you really echo that sentiment in terms of retaining that Grey Ashes? How confident are you in the side?
Well,
it's a tough one.
Yeah, probably in the over 60s Australian setup about a year earlier than Darren. I began with the 22 World Cup in Queensland, Australia, and yes, this team is an improvement on that one for sure. And I think it's probably been the case in all series since the 22 World Cup. We like to think that we've got a squad here with just terrific depth, and I firmly believe we could trot out 2, 3 or 4 different combinations into a team and not lose too much anywhere, if at all. It's just looking at your balance and thinking what might be the right way to go. So there's going to be some players that are very unlucky, but that's what you want. That's the dream, the ideal, and if we can keep injuries away, well then it's going to be some very tough selections coming up.
Absolutely. End of the over there. 34 gone here. Australia 195 for 2. Sorry, 35 gone. 195 for 2. And Al Nuggleton. He's retiring.
Alan's a very interesting story. I don't know if anyone sort of filled you in on that one. We had our nationals last year in Australia in November, and Alan wasn't, at the beginning of the carnival, wasn't in the New South Wales #1 side, and they had some injuries over the course of pool games, and Alan came in to their side, number one side, for the final. It just happened to be against South Australia, who I was playing with, and we thought we were doing not too bad against the big side from New South Wales. We at about 30 overs, I think they were 5 for maybe 110, something like that. And Alan had been in for a little while, and he was batting with Darren Smith, and then they had a wonderful partnership and took the game right away from us. And Alan demonstrated he could bat in gears. You know, he came in and solidified things a little bit with Darren and supported him. And then as the overs started to drift away, Alan really came to the fore then, and the two of them took the game away from us with a terrific partnership.
Well, the first time I've seen him, looks very, very accomplished player.
Yeah, he bowls some handy little off spin as well, so it's another little extension to the depth in our squad.
So with Muggleton's retirement not out, Jeff Patterson is the new man out in the crease, number 3 on his back. He's going to be taking strike.
Did you notice his innings yesterday, how he went? Came in late and was 40 not out of 20 balls exactly.
Yes, I was flitting in between yesterday. I was casting a beady little eye.
Some of the boys have nicknamed him Glenn Maxwell now for his strike rate of 200.
Just surveying the field. These changes are being made.
It's a beautiful ground, this one, Rash.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's a really pleasant surprise as you come down this windy lane and
Okay.
then you turn left and you go, goodness me, it's Yorkshire's Dave Richton back on from the scoreboard end.
Especially now the sun's out as well, so we're very lucky to have had this as one of our venues.
You certainly are. And you've got some lovely venues to come on your tour. Just on that, Peter, how much input do you have as the Australian skipper on tour venues or length of tour? Or what's that discussion like?
Well, Claude's our big committees man for the over 60s in Australia, and he did a lot of work with Paul Bradley, and they sort of filtered through to me what they'd come up with at some point during the few months ago, and at that stage we had a 14-game tour, and I was able to have a look and then offer some feedback and suggestions as to some possible changes. So one was we arrived sort of as a group to be here on Monday, and then we had a practice organised for Tuesday, and then a sort of a nothing day yesterday, and I didn't see a lot of value in that. So we were able to sneak in a 15th game there, and it didn't concern me that we were playing 3 days in a row. At this stage of the trip we should all be fine, but also we were going to rotate, and if there'd been any bad weather and we'd missed 1 or 2 days, then it would have been like the England boys when they came out to Australia last year. Early on that tour they lost some cricket. And then at the end of the tour, when I looked at it, about in the last 8 days, I think from memory there's something like 4 internationals and only 1 other game. No disrespect about that. And I just thought, well, at that stage, you know, the series is probably on the line. One of the internationals is against Wales, and I don't want to disrespect them with the side we put out. And that could have meant some in the squad, maybe over the last 8 days, it was just going to be like a holiday, and they've paid a lot of money to not necessarily be here for a holiday. So Claude and Paul were able to come up with another game right between the 4th and the 5th internationals. So, you know, I'm happy that it's gone out to 16.
Yeah, it's, you know, come Monday at Littleborough, the start of the Grey Ashes. You know, it's a different England side to the side you faced in Australia. How excited are you to really just get going? It's going to be we spoke about it, waxed lyrical about it so far today. It's going to be a hell of a series, isn't it?
Well, that's the expectation, isn't it? And why wouldn't we all think that? Yeah, there's some changes in their team, and no doubt there's probably going to be some changes in ours as well. And from what I've been told, you know, we've won the Ashes back last year in Australia, 3-2, but of course in 23 we lost it 3-2. And somebody said to me, Australia's only ever won a series here once. Once, I think, and it was a 2-1 result when they were only playing 3 games. So, you know, it's almost unknown territory for an Australian over 60s team to come here and win. So we'd love to tick that off, obviously. But then again, England, of course, want to grab back that little urn. So it's going to be game on for sure. And the sides are so even. In my time, we've played 11 times if you throw in the Chennai World Cup final. And, you know, it's 6-5 Australia's way at this stage. So how could you not expect it's going to be a special series, I think, and a close series?
Well, for our viewing public, just break off this. Claude Orlando, wonderful, wonderful cut shot. Raced away to the boundary for 4. Yeah, for our viewing public this summer, we do hope it's close. In the 5 matches out in Australia in November and December. The England boys 2-0 down. And then heart stoppers at Tanunda in the 3rd. Australia squeaking home, just a couple of balls to spare to go 3-0 up in the series, and then the absolutely bonkers match in Perth when England were up, England were down, Australia were up, Australia were down. The final 2 overs, Razi Ahmed and Simon Routh. Oh my goodness me, needed me medication that day.
To be fair, probably England should have won the third one, and we should have won the 4th. So that's how close it is between the 2 teams.
Yeah, the 3rd and 4th games will live long in the memory. Go back on YouTube, folks, if you haven't seen them. I do apologise for my my commentary on the 4th, because I really was getting carried away. I had Mark Campbell, local sports journalist, in the commentary area with me that day. And we both thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket. And we're just hoping that the 5-match series, and indeed the matches against the Lions as well, are all close. And as Peter said, there's not much separating the 2 teams. You need a bit of luck on the day. And they are close games. 200 has passed by Australia then. 206 for the loss of 2 wickets. Of course, people have retired. I just want to ask you, Peter, we were discussing it amongst ourselves, myself, Matt and Owen. I don't say it's a policy, but it's something that you've said to the boys. Look, 35 balls you've got, away you go. Just instills a mindset, doesn't it? And if you get into it and it's routine and they're playing these regional games, it's 35 balls. It's muscle memory. They get into a habit, they get into a routine. So when you come to the internationals, scoring like that, if you've got 2 batsmen who are scoring like that, suddenly you look up at the scoreboard, you're on 70 odd without loss, and there's not very many overs gone. It's exerting pressure on the opposition straight away.
It's probably something, not probably, it's definitely something that I picked up on the 23 tour when Eric Higgins was captain. He was big on that retirement thing for batters, and to work through your order, and so that you had the full list exposed to local conditions as much as possible, because you just don't know. You get into a big game, an international, and things may be going too well, and you need your lower order to get you over the line. So it's still all part of the preparation. Yes, you want your top order boys firing, but you know, throughout any season, at some stage, usually it's your 9, 10, 11 that have got to win 1 or 2 games batting. So yeah, we place a lot of importance on that for sure.
Well, Dave Rishan, he's continuing from the scoreboard end. Jeff Patterson on strike. That's a full toss. Just played down the ground. Oh, misfield there by the fielder at mid-off. And as you can see on the screen, folks, the Australians listing their sponsors. And I know Peter's very grateful for their continued support. GTM Management and the wonderful Dina Baghurst. Hello, Dina, if you're listening. Kingsgrove Sports, long-time sponsor. Exotic Cricket Tours International. Solomon's Flooring, national tiles and the I think that's the
Queensland
isn't
Veterans
it?
Cricket.
Queensland Veterans Cricket.
Yep.
So many thanks on behalf of the Australian team for your support on this 2025 tour of the UK.
And it's things like what you're doing here, Rash, with these wonderful people on the video and the commentary for us that opens up the possibility of sponsors wanting to become part of it. And then, of course, that just generates interest in our cricket back home and also helps sometimes with these touring parties.
It does indeed, Peter. And Owen said it far better than I could. And he rattled through the England sponsors. It is an expensive sport. And without the sponsorship that the teams get, a lot of this would not happen. Certainly things like bringing you the live broadcast and the ball-by-ball commentary. And the grounds, a lot of them, they waive their fees, of course. It's honour and prestige for them to be hosting, but a lot of work goes behind the scenes, and without the help of sponsors, it just doesn't happen. So if you are interested, get in touch. That's slapped into the offside by Patterson. 2 more to him then. 2 more to the Australian total. Looking well set for 250 plus, I would have said.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that score, particularly with the way, excuse me, the way the opening bowlers started. I thought they did a terrific job early. The consummate English professional, it appeared to me, line and length and the set ring field, and we had to find a way around it. And Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith, I thought, did a terrific job just getting some momentum into our innings there at the beginning when it wasn't easy at all.
Yeah, good to see Radar back. Obviously saw him in the World Cup. Time standing opening partnership with Darren Smith. But good to have him here on tour. And they do give you that platform, don't they, right at the start?
Well, they certainly do. And they both give me bowling options too. So, how lucky am I that you've got your beautiful opening bats, professional opening bats that can also then bowl some overs.
Yep, very fortunate indeed. Stacked Australian squad touring here. It's Claude Orlando on strike. And that's again lofted into the offside. I think that's going to stop. It is. So 2 more to the Aussie stumper. Well, I'm going to take a little trot and call my colleague Matt Evans over. Peter, it's been great speaking to you, and I'm going to leave you in a couple of hands of Owen, but I'm sure we'll catch up in and amongst the tour. But thank you on my behalf of taking the time to come and speak with us.
Rash, when we rolled up today and I saw you standing there with your lovely wife Mel, it was just brought back so many great memories of when we had you out in Australia. So it's a pleasure to see you again, mate. Thank you.
That's very kind, sir. Very kind.
Almost a catch there. Crikey, that was a close one.
It would have been a good catch too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big old series, especially, that's a good point you raised there as well, Peter, where you said, it's only been won once on UK soil for Australia.
Well, that's what I've been told, yes.
Yeah, so that's going to be an interesting one. If you'd like to, if you could see a victory, and it's a really informed England side, a side who haven't lost this summer already, big wins against Wales, Scotland, and that series win over the West Indies. And, you've got this big showpiece event now, with it being the Grey Ashes. It's, it's just just to be able to come here to the UK and just to have what a great series of matches. Of course, you've got internationals against Wales and Scotland to come as well. It's really testing yourself out. You said earlier as well that, a good 11 to 12 of these games are games that you'd really like to win.
Yeah, for sure. It's, well, the hope is because the games, so many of those games we are treating with importance, that will generate, hopefully, the best cricket for us, playing the best cricket. So And that's what we'll have to do, of course, if we're going to try and win the series against England.
That's right. Matt Evans joins us back now on the old commentary desk. Matt, what have you made of Australia now trickling over to 200, 218 for 2 as we approach the 40th over?
Yeah, fantastic, solid performance as we would expect from this fantastic cricket side. Chatting to Darren and Doug down there about the politics of Australian cricket and what have you, and how the boys have to fund themselves, which is very commendable coming over here. And just reminded by our message from Harrison this morning about the Australian sponsors making this possible for the Australian team as well, the England team, you know.
Yeah, it's a new sort of world for us, getting some sponsorship, and you know, we're looking forward to developing this even more, and just promoting the game at our level, because there's plenty of people that probably don't even know we're doing something like this, and yet we think the product isn't too bad.
Yeah, Doug was saying how much it's come on in the last 5 years, the over 60s cricket, and there is a market to be had there.
We jokingly talk about, you know, for funeral parlours and nursing care homes and all that sort of thing, but we can offer some other things as well.
Yeah, just as we mentioned, it's, you know, we've mentioned to, you know, we've spoken to Darren, spoken to you, Peter, and, you know, one of the main things of it, obviously, is funding yourself to come out here, and that's quite a bit out of your own pocket, isn't it? And in terms of being able to do that in itself is just a privilege, isn't it? But having to fork out, it's an expensive flight anyway, isn't it? But in terms of, it's a long haul flight, isn't it? But in terms of just being able to come out here for a good month's worth of cricket, you know, really, you know, we spoke to Darren. He said he put it so well that it's just such a great bunch of blokes.
Yeah, it's a sacrifice to do it, and I'm not talking just financially as well. You know, it does impact on other aspects of your life. Now, you wouldn't change it for anything, but it does mean that somewhere there's probably a number of people that would love to be here, but they have to make a decision that they can't be here for whatever reason. And if you could somehow generate some more sponsorship and then help, if it's a finance issue that they can't be here, then that would be wonderful, because the more more people that can experience this, it's just something very special.
Yeah, and on that note, let's just mention, you know, the sponsors for the Australia team: Global Travel Management, Kingsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Queensland Veterans Cricket, Solomon's Flooring, and National Tiles. And I don't know if there's anyone you want to mention, Peter, that's helped you along the way, or the team?
The only ones that I would thank especially are just my family that allow me to come and do these things. My lovely wife, Gail, she obviously supports me, but even more so perhaps than some, that she's one of these people that doesn't particularly like flying. So she sort of won't ever come on a trip like this, which is a real pity, because I'd love her to be able to see what I can see when I'm here. But she doesn't hesitate in saying to me, no, you go. You know, you go and do that. I'm more than happy for you to do that. And I'm just lucky. Other people mightn't have that situation.
Superb. Well, I have listened to your chat, Peter. It's been absolutely enthralling. We're going to let you go now so you don't get to the back of the food queue. I'm sure we'll catch up with you over the next 5 one-days against England, and thank you so much for your insight and your time. It's been a pleasure.
No, my pleasure, and I really do thank you and your whole group that's going to be doing this throughout the series. It really does help us promote the game, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Peter Judd there, the Australian captain. Big thank you to him for taking the time out to speak to us. As he said, some great points that have been raised by all the Australian players we've had on. You know, we've had Peter Judd, Darren Smith, and Doug Murphy. A big thank you to that trio there that have been some Australian analysts, if you'd like to call them that, Matt. But it's been nice, really, just to be able to for those three to be on and give their insight. It's been quite enthralling. It's been great to meet them, hasn't it, this afternoon? And we'll be getting to know them a lot more, won't we, over these next few weeks, over the summer months.
Absolutely, yeah, fantastic. Such great insight, isn't it? And hopefully with what me and you are hoping to do, and we'll get a couple of interviews with people that we can put out there pre-game and at lunchtime, and give you all a chance to put a face to the voice. And what's that, the third cricketer we've had on? Absolutely fantastic. All of them good sports, giving us their time, giving us a great display of cricket. I have to say, if you're watching the cricket on the YouTube, it's been really, really intelligent, clever, patient performance from Australia, giving all their batsmen some time out there in the middle, which is so sensible with a 5-game tour ahead of them. I don't think the Northern 11 have fielded particularly badly or bowled particularly badly. There's obviously just some classy batsmen out there, and it'll be a really interesting run chase this afternoon. Yeah, great chatting to Doug and Darren down the boundary about the politics of cricket and his famous singing wife, obviously. I was trying to think of a Gloria Gaynor. Is there anyone I could come up with for
Yeah, the Australians 230 for 2 now. And as we mentioned, it's been great to meet them all this afternoon. And as a big fan of one of their most famous soap operas, Neighbours, you know, it's been nice to be able to meet so many fantastic Australian people today. And that's another 4, isn't it? They've had a cracking day of it. As Rashford, they're trickling away to 250, aren't they?
Yeah, and the impressive thing now is we're down at the scoreboard as a 7th and 8th batsman, you know, and they're still hitting shots like that and knocking runs around there as the fielder gives you a bit of abuse there, Owen, for your commentary. Applauding the Australians, he wasn't happy with it. He's going to have to put up with it. Yeah, we're down to batsmen 7 and 8 now, and they're still playing shots like middle order, if not top end batsmen, and running between the wicket there. You see it again on the stream. The wicket's gone to collect the ball there, and they've just stolen a cheeky little single there as they were thinking about retrieving the ball from the field. Nice chat, Peter. Anything I missed out on? Any enlightening moments?
Yeah, speaking just about, you know, how, you know, as we mentioned when you just came on, in terms of the actual personal sacrifices they have to make financially, and of course socially with their family as well. You know, without, you know, as Peter just alluded to, obviously being away from his wife Gail for a while, but again, it's been great to see. It's been, you know, and it's just in a really, we keep mentioning it, but it really is just going to create a hell of a series down. You know, where are we? The 5-day Grey Ashes starts on Monday, the 30th of June at Littleborough Cricket Club. Next Monday after that, the first Monday of July at Fairburn Cricket Club, Tame Cricket Club on the 18th of July, Sparsholt on the 21st, and Royal Ascot, the 5th and final match of that series, on the 24th of July. And that's the last of the games for Australia in a packed old summer. This is only their second of their 16 games.
Yeah, we're hoping to get on board that, aren't we? Hoping for a 2-all thriller that everyone wants to watch around the world. So make sure you tell everyone about this feed. Let's get as many as we can over in the fantastic Australia listening and watching. Same over here. We're not down to do that one, as Owen says, at Tame, the last game. So hopefully we'll get a swelling of support that gets us on board, because that would be fantastic. Especially if it's a close run affair. Which again, like I said earlier, watching this team bat and having seen England, I think it's going to be a really, really close fought contest.
Yeah, fantastic. And say, as we've mentioned, other internationals for Australia to come. They play Scotland at Stirling County Cricket Club on the 2nd of July. That's coming up, and that's going to be another 4. It's trickling over, isn't it? Would it reach there? I'm not sure if it has it. No, it hasn't, but it will be a few runs added to the total. But yes, if you're able to join any of those games, the Midlands 11 at Loughborough on the 9th of July, the Chairman's 11 at Oakermore on the 13th of July. Oakermore got great memories there, haven't we? We were there last year. It's a great ground in the Stoke area, really rural actually. It was a great ground. Everywhere we've been though, it's been nice to see a ground like this. You know, I think Rash alluded to it. You're coming down the country lane and you wonder what's around the corner, and it's a fantastic cricket ground like this right in the middle of the village.
Yeah, I think Oakham was one we had a little bit of rain at the start, didn't we? We were fearing the worst, and it ended up being a bit like today, that the whole game was played out and got finished. So hopefully we have the same here today. Spot of rain in between 11 and half 11 just delayed the start to half 12. But since then, touch wood, bright blue skies and sunshine, as you can see from that wide angle that Ivor's throwing out to you now. As a nice little late dab cut shots played to short third man. Another single run, great running between the wickets as we've said already. Australia 240 for 2, but obviously we've had what, 6 retirements now I think, as they going for the tactic of giving each batsman 35 balls, I think the skipper said. Again, very good, very technical, very professional, as we see another batsman walk towards the pavilion. Has had his time out there, got his eye in. And a great team spirit, just to everyone, giving everyone a chance. So with the retirements, that was batsman number 9 walking out. So they really are getting the whole team out there to have a look at it.
Yeah, it's quite a smart tactic really employed by Australia this afternoon. You know, you're giving a lot of these players, as mentioned by Peter Judd, it's quite a tight-knit squad of 16 that come out here, and that is there's not much room for rotation, but when there is, and especially in times like this, you're able to really see the best of all of your squad here, which is, as we can see, the kangaroo there, the mascot is there by the flag, and he's actually holding on to the flag. That's quite extraordinary. That.
He'd blow away if he didn't, otherwise I think today this Cheshire win. And lovely seeing the, again, team spirit. They're all sat on the balcony, all watching, all supporting each other, and it's going to be really. I'm really looking forward to seeing the bowling. Actually, really am. Having mentioned how strong the England bowling attack is, I'm really looking forward to it. That's a lovely drive straight through covers from the Aussie batsman, and someone sprinted in there from deep cover just to throw it back into the bowler's end. Another little single for Australia, who move on to 240, 2 for 2, but we have had a few retirements, as we said. He's hooked that. It's going to just land short of the field. Who does catch it and stop it going for 4. They've and ahed and come back, and there's a chance of run out here. He's missed the stumps with a shy. Would have been gone with the direct hit. That's the first bit of sloppy running we've seen for a little bit. I don't know if we get on the replay. That's they went and stopped and went. Here we go. You can see the and ahhing, and then he thought about it, and then the ball came in and just shied away from the stumps there. But it's no damage done. Australia 244 for 2 as it's driven out here again. Deep covers thrown back in beautifully. Really good standard of feeling from the deep fielders here today in the England team. Throwing the ball back. Oh, he's had a go. That's popped off. Bit leading edge. Come out to deep cover. Again picked up. Returned for no run.
Yeah, 245 for 2 now. And that's a great catch.
Yeah, so.
But it is for a catch, just been caught out.
Oh, well done, Benny. Good camera work as well. Yeah, Rash was just showing me they're trying to get the in-play scoring working. Seems that the Australian team's up now, but not a lot else. But yeah, very well taken and very well caught on camera there, Benny.
Only the 3rd wicket lost then for Australia. As we're approaching, just under 4 overs to go, 3 overs to go. of this Australian innings here at Grappenhall Cricket Club in Cheshire.
So the bowler's coming in from scoreboard end. I'm pretty sure that's Craig Wilson having another turn of his arm. Had a good little spell earlier. Oh, good length. Just put away that by the batsman. Again, fielded well. Good. Oh, just dollied the throw up a little bit rather than getting in hard. And young Rush has returned, having stretched his legs. Had the same problem as me. Get a bit cramps up in these stools here. He had to walk around the boundary and watch the cricket from a different angle. Oh, he's had a swing down leg side. Is that wide? Yeah, he's given that. Any new insights while you're out there, Rash?
Yeah, just speaking with the Australian boys. We heard Peter Judd. He was speaking about the rotation and what have you. It's a nice shot. Running towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. So 4 more to the total. Yeah, we've been speaking about it, haven't we? This togetherness. They're all on board. They've all bought into what Peter Judd wants from them. They understand that after today, you've got 14 more matches. It's going to take its toll, but they understand. The 4 players that missed out yesterday, they're in today. That's well fielded. Yeah, good cricket. Nice shot. Well fielded. Ball came quickly to the man at mid-wicket. Did well to get down. Oh, that's gone. That's bisected the fielders out there. Very, very good shot. Yeah, I think the general consensus from the Australian boys, they can't wait for tomorrow. 3rd game in 3 days, but it's only no fears from them. They're absolutely itching to get on that paddock tomorrow. And as Owen said earlier on, Cheadle Cricket Club, if you're in and around the vicinity, please come along. Earlier start tomorrow, though. Right. Oh, goodness me. And there is a fielder out there this time. But the feature of this Australian innings, and I think it's something, boys, that you've picked up on, they're running between the wickets. Run the first one hard. You know, you've got to have a really good arm. It's a long boundary out there. Run the first one hard, put pressure on the fielder, come back for a 2. And we've seen a number of those throughout this innings. We've also seen a number of 3s as well.
Yeah, it's been great to see from this Australian side. A really excited prospect of covering many of their games over the next few weeks. As Rush said earlier, start time at Cheadle tomorrow of 11 AM. For the Lions is first of 3 games against Australia.
So the England bowler's going to charge in from the pavilion end for this final 45th over. Australia find themselves on 259 for 3. We've had some retirements, so very, very good team spirit to give everyone a look out in the middle. And this final over going to look to go for a few, the way the batsman's prancing around. Oh, he's just opened his blade up there and turned that one down to a short 3rd man. And again, well thrown in, straight to the bowler. Very good cricket all round. Good shot. Good fielding from the England side. Oh, and that one's clubbed. Clubbed straight over the bowler's head. Long on's had to run from the boundary. Return it to the wicket keeper. And there's another single they've run. They've certainly earned their lunch, these boys, haven't they, in the gold and green of Australia.
Certainly have. Been really good money.
Oh, cheeky one that.
Yeah.
Just dropped the ball at his feet. He saw the fielder was struggling to turn a pace on there, and they just run between the, again, just like Rush said, superb running between the wickets, all innings from the Australian team. And oh, it was off again. Follow him. That's clubbed that, yeah. Was that 4? Yeah. He's clubbed that again to long on. Straight over mid on. He's gone to retrieve it from under a car in the car park. Caught hold of that very well. No.
266 for free now.
Bowler comes in from the filling end. 2 balls to go. He's had a big swing at that. I think he's missed and hit his thigh pad. Again, fielder was on top of it very early. Umpire's signal leg buys. And I think this is the last ball of the innings. Batsman 10 and 9 in. Shot. Just spun on his heels there, whipped it onto the leg side and returned in, and the umpires removed the bails as Australia end their innings. They've batted out the 45. Lots of retirements, giving everyone a go in the middle. 267 for 3. The final score, and the boys will now enjoy lunch, and we shall see how this Northern 11 get on. Any comments on that, Rash, and your summary of that innings by the Australians?
Thanks, Matt. Professional is the word I'd use. They hit the ground running yesterday. They look very professional today. I've got to cobble together a scorecard. I'll just try and run the way through you. I haven't got the bowling figures, unfortunately, folks. Well, I have got the figures, but I haven't got the names attached to them, so I'll do my best. But Australia opened up with Peter O'Reilly and Darren Smith. The old pair reuniting. Peter O'Reilly retired out, not out, 23 off 37 deliveries with 3 fours. Darren Smith. Well, you had Darren on. I don't know if you asked him about this dismissal, and anyway, he was out for 14 off 32 with 1 boundary, slightly distracted as the bowler came in. Peter Judd, the skipper, we heard from Peter. He retired not out. Very well made, 27 off 38 with 1 boundary. Then Glenn Pearce, he was bowled for 39 off 34 with 3 fours and 2 very, very big sixes. And I'm glad the boys have got a chance to see him. He's going to be some player during this series. Best innings for me, though, Stephen Butler. Very, very classy left-handed player from Western Australia. 50 not out off 32 with 8 boundaries. And someone I've not seen before, that he looks quality as well, Alan Muggleton. He retired not out, 19 off 32 with that 1 boundary. And then Claude Orlando, the Aussie stumper, doesn't often get a look in, Claude, but shows he's absolutely no mug with a bat. He retired not out, 32 off 25 with 4 boundaries. Jeff Patterson, well, he was out to a very, very well taken catch at 26 off 25 with the 1 boundary. And then the 2 men at the end, Terry Beck's not out, 14 off 9 with 2 fours. And Paul Matthews not out, not scoring. 200 and the score's just catching up. Was it 268? 268 Australia ended up with off their 45 overs. Yeah, very, very good professional performance. Good run out for the boys. But the Northern 11, just give them some credit. You heard Peter Judd mention it. I thought they bowled very well initially. Orthodox field, but they bowled wicket to wicket. I mean, it's difficult for the Australian opening pair, but I think the pitch is just flattened out a touch. The odd ball that's bounced at the bottom end, as Matt said, the scoreboard end. But they can be well happy with their contribution in that first innings. And then, as the boy said, I think it's about 35 minutes for lunch, something like that. We'll be back to bring you live stream and ball by ball commentary and see how the Northern 11 get on in their pursuit of 269 to win.
So there we have it. As you can see from your pictures, team photo taken for the archives. They've got lots of nice archives here at Grappenhall Cricket Club. Lots of major events happened over the years. I was interested to read that young Neil Fairbrother once played at this cricket club before representing Lancashire in England. I remember him playing when I was on a lad. So yeah, lots of history, and as you see now from the picture, the Australian fielding side has gone out onto the pitch, ready for the second innings of this game. Northern 11 require 269 runs. It's a fabulous afternoon now. Bright blue sky and sunshine. The two England batsmen are striding out to the crease, and what are we looking forward to, Rash?
Well, good afternoon, Matt. Good evening, good morning, wherever you may be. I think it's going to be a good workout for these Australians. Stuart Ridge is going to open up from the pavilion end. Very decent bowler, Stuart. Claude Orlando behind the stumps.
So as Rash has alluded to, Stuart Ridge is starting at the pavilion end. And
Surely you were just a glint in the milkman's eye of Neil Fairbrother, Matt.
unfortunately not, no.
Go, you hide that well.
I'm what you call a mature student. So. But my wife would tell you I'm not very mature at all, so there we go. The juxtaposition of life. So, left-hander to open us up. Do we know this is Neil Jackson, skipper?
Yep.
Going to open us up pavilion end, and they looked very zippy in their warm-up, I have to say. I haven't seen a bowling alpha fit the over 60s quite throw it down like England does sometime, and this Australian side in the warm-up were looking rather rapid for my liking. Experience with the ball whizzing past my ankles as I returned from several sandwiches and cake. Beautiful lunch provided by Grappenhall staff. Thank you very much. Everyone's well fed and watered as we have our first bat on ball there. There's a little bit of and iron with the run, but they've taken the single. Jackson getting off the mark with a little prod forward, and we will see David O'Kelly facing his first ball here against the Australian outfit. They must be really looking forward to this, though, in the Northern 11. Like Rash said, facing a touring side like Australia doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Yeah, as we said earlier, you know, this is the best over 60s side in the world at the moment. You know, literally world champions. You've got the current holders of the Grey Ashes. This is an occasion that a lot of these players are really, really relishing. And you know, even just speaking to them, you know, just getting the batting order off the guys, they seem a really nice bunch, the Northern 11, and they seem well up for this second innings as they look to try and reach 269. It's turned into a really nice afternoon, hasn't it, Matt? After that slight rain delay, we're back on it, and it's turned out to a really nice afternoon.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side. No, not surprising. I thought that was leg side there from the Aussie bowler, but umpire hasn't signalled. Yeah, we're under this canopy in the shade, Owen, and when you're out of it now, it's really, really some nice warmth in the day, warming the cockles up. That's a little inside edge. Okay, lovely dive and athletic stop by the Australian. You well informed, well watered and fed, Rash, after the break?
Yeah, very nice lunch. Could do with a nap.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a little nana nap. Middle of the afternoon. So a good first over from Stuart Ridge. Just the one from it.
Thanks, Rash. So Terry Rex is going to give us our second over from the scoreboard end. What should we expect, Rash? Is he a quickie? Is he a turner?
Oh, he'd love to be described as a turner. No, he's very decent bowler, as you would expect, and for Masters cricket, he can certainly get it down there.
So Bex charges in from the scoreboard end. Met with a straight back there. Prodded back to, what would that be, mid-off? Ready for him to just double check his mark. I think Owen will be having a nap soon. We brought some extras back from lunchtime and he's tucking through it at the end of the table quietly. That's why you're not hearing him. We brought Ivor some lunch back and Owen's polishing it off here single-handedly.
We've been beaten to the punch. Somebody had already brought Ivor some food back. Fantastic. Another delivery comes in. That's a nice effort.
Bit aerial for his liking probably, but turned it nice off his hip. Just towards square leg. Yeah, they do. They look very athletic in the field, don't they? Quite attacking as well. Got a couple of slips in place, or a slip in a gully, is that? And is that leg slip, or is that a bit far out, that Rash? Short, fine leg.
Yeah, short, fine leg. Or man at 45, backwards of square leg on the 45. That, as you say, the orthodox first slip. Tony Panacascio, probably wideish gully. As it goes straight to him, right on cue.
So you're saying that's gully, Rash?
Yeah, I'd say it's a gully position.
Yeah.
Looking at where first slip is, I'd say
Yeah.
you can probably say it's a four slip gully position. Man at orthodox point, cover mid off. As Bex comes in again.
So a swing and a miss outside the outside edge there, straight through to the wicket keeper. No appeals.
That's a good take by Claude Orlando. And that one's certainly the quickest delivery so far from Bex.
Another one straying down leg there, Rash. I presume they're not as strict as you see on the TV, because that's a couple we've had past the hip, and they're not as strict. They give a bit of leeway, do they, at this level?
As it's a sort of friendly game, I would say so, Matt. But you can bet your bottom dollar if that's the same tomorrow, they're going to be called wides.
They're not letting them go in the grey ashes. Then they're going to be calling them.
Yeah, as an international match, of course, leg side wides are in play, and for those just not familiar with that, if the ball passes outside the line, the batsman's leg stump, it should be called a wide. If it passes inside, i.e. it may just pitch outside or stump and seam back in and go down the leg side, it's not classed as a wide. But I think they've been a bit more generous here, playing local league rules as such. But I guarantee tomorrow they will be called wide. And it does place emphasis on trying to bowl the ball a lot straighter, but that obviously it favours the batsman more.
So Stuart Ridge comes in for our third over of the day. It's 2 overs down, 3 runs, so great economy rate for the Aussies starting off here. Pinning them back. Batsman looking for the openings. Again, very attacking field. A lot of trust in the bowlers with that field placement. He's gone to play it off the hip. He's wrapped the pad. Presume that'll be one leg by as the umpire does signal. So a totally different tactic for the Northern 11 here, Rash. They're going to be wanting to show themselves, aren't they? Give a bit of a window, shop window for them to put an innings together here. None of this retiring after 35 balls, I imagine.
No, I can't see that happening. What they will want to do, of course, is to bat their 45 overs out. try and tire these Australians out as much as they can. Obviously, many of the Australian team playing here today will be playing tomorrow, but you heard from the Aussie skipper Peter Judd there is going to be rotation. But the objective, obviously, is to win, to get to 269, but bat your 45 out.
I'm trying to see which player's about my size for this cable knit jumper I want by the end of the summer, Owen. Catch it. Oh, he's edged that. Going to cut it to point there, and he just edged it. Fortunately for the batsman, you see from the replay, he actually just cut it straight down into the ground rather than getting it away. Yeah, I was saying at lunch, Rash, I need one of these Australian cable knit jumpers by the end of the summer.
Well, most of them, they're fit as a butcher's dog. There's not an ounce of fat on
That's
them.
what I'm struggling with. There's no one out there no one out there that wears a medium like me.
Well, at the risk of being struck off Claude Orlando's Christmas card list, you might have a word with young Claude. He's a fine figure of a man like yourself, mate. It looks like you could take his jumper.
What a great name as well, eh? That's a film star, isn't it? Claude Orlando. He needs to get a film franchise going.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Rash, it's a quick turnaround. 11 o'clock tomorrow at Cheadle Hall for that first of 3 Lions games for Australia. So it'll be a very interesting test. Some great players in that Lions setup, as we keep mentioning. So it'll be great to see how they get on. And it's the team from Down Under tomorrow. 11 AM start for that. If you're in and around the area, as we keep saying, it'd be great if you could come along and watch a really good standard of international cricket.
So 4th over, and again it's Terry Becks from the scoreboard end. Fires one down. England batsman just lets it pass outside off stump. As we always say, hasn't it, anything, so it's a good leave. Nice, very, very solid line and length there from Beck on his first 2 deliveries. 2 dot balls, which is always good to start with. And you can kind of see by how far back the wicketkeeper and slips are standing that the pace that Beck generates here. If you're catching this now on YouTube, see him charging in there. Launches one down, and again, good line and length. Batsman leaves it. See that magnificent camper van in the background? That's our sleeping facility for the week. My dad will be pleased to see the old famous camper van's getting a bit of fame on YouTube. As Beck produces another dot ball, though, just got his bat down in time. Played it through his legs, wasn't quite sure where it went for a minute. Bit of panic there for the batsman when he lost sight of the ball there, Rash.
Yeah, good delivery. Pacey delivery as well. Hurried the batsman up. Which one's Shaggy and which one's Thelma out of you two then? Ask him for a friend.
Yeah, it's been a great start to our Northern Cricket Tour. It was a great meal at the Wheat Sheaf last night, a fantastic pub. As we start our cricket adventure this summer.
Nice forward prod there by the English batsman. I think that was a maiden, was it? Yeah. Quality bowling from Terry Beck. She's one of the rare maidens today, if not the first. Stifling this Northern 11 attack. 4 runs off 4 overs, so 1 run and over at the moment should get the job done. I think we're sticking with Stuart Ridge at this end. Charging in from pavilion end. Going down the hill, it looks a little bit to me from this end. And a very disciplined display from the Aussie fielding outfit so far, as we expected, really. Yeah, it was a lovely replay, that Ivor, just seeing the ball whiz past the outside edge. The Aussies are just hoping for that smallest of nicks for Claude Orlando to snaffle that up behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's good length from Stuart Ridge. See the batsman having to come forward just on that nagging length. Very good delivery.
You see from your pictures now, they're putting another slip in there. Second slip's gone in there now. Really driving home the pressure now with this Australian field. There's only 2 men out on the leg side, so they're really backing the batsman. Oh, that's one of those that's risen up there on him. Sitting, looking from where we are high. That's, you see the replay, that's past him, waist height as it's gone through. Yeah, just popped up as it pitched into the wicket, and they're up and clapping and really spurring each other on here. Australia, a lot of pressure for the England batsmen at the moment.
Yeah, we saw the batters when the Australian batters were batting at that scoreboard end, Matt. Ball did rise quite significantly as opposed to batting at the pavilion end as Ridge is in again, and that's just watchful this time. Much more orthodox defensive shot, played out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, there was genuinely more bounce batting at that scoreboard end. Something that won't have escaped Stuart Ridge. Been good so far.
Yeah, we heard some after those deliveries. We heard one of the Australian fielders say, "What a perler!" And that was a decent effort in its own right.
Was he from Glamorgan?
Yeah.
Is that your Australian accent? Was it? I think 3 out of 10 needs work.
Yeah, clever little shot there from England batsman, just opening the blade up, setting it down past Gully, short third man. Put a couple on the board for England as Ridge comes in again. He's cut one, just went straight down, didn't get any loft on it. And you can see the way these Aussie fielders are chucking that ball back into the wicket keeper. They've just got strength in their arms. Someone's just launched that one back in from the boundary. You haven't seen that from many of the over 60 sides so far. Just push that one back to the bowler there, the England batsman. There's a little bit of loft on it for a while, and the bowler shouted catch, but it just hit the deck before mid-off could get to it. And again, you see that 5 overs gone, 6 runs. No wickets lost yet.
But immediately, Matt, the Northern 11 batsmen are under pressure. 5 overs in, just 6 on the board. They'll know that they're going to have to get on with it sooner rather than later. They're going to have to take some chances, but there's going to be no let-up. 2 overs, 1 made, and no wicket for 2 for Terry Becks from the scoreboard end. Just making some adjustments in the field. And it's Stuart Ridge who goes to fine leg.
Yeah, the run rate's already creeping to 6.6 at that rate. So they want to keep this down, but you'll know what it's like, Rashford. It's a good line and length. You just can't play the shots you want to and get those runs on the board, especially the way these two are bowling with such discipline at the moment.
Yeah, that's the word, Matt, discipline. You hope for 6 disciplined deliveries, of course. Doesn't work like that all the time, but make the batsman play. Or if he doesn't play, make sure that it's there, just whistling outside the edge. It's just pressure. and into the field placings as well. You know, the batsman looks round, you've got 2 slips, a gully, man at backward point, cover. You're pretty close. Good fielding off his own bowling there, and they do pride themselves on the ground fielding.
Yeah, I can see that already. It's some of the best fielding we've seen. That was a cracking stop by the bowler Terry Beck, just to stop it going past him, probably for 4 runs. Sends another one down and the batsman just leaves it. It's obviously finding it very hard to pick a shot when the line of length is so disciplined and on point every time. I think that's 3 dot balls again.
Yeah, when you do middle one, that was nicely played, very well fielded. It just leads to frustration when you're a batter. You know, got one right out in the middle of the bat, very nicely timed, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, and the whole passage of play there is, I think, that's Terry Beck getting another maiden on the card. You know, it was a cracking shot out the middle. It was well fielded. It was then thrown in for the possible run out. It was then well backed up. So the whole shooting match was there. And like you say, it just pressurizes the batsmen into starting to do things they don't really want to do, or shots that aren't available with this great bowling, disciplined bowling. And that's when mistakes are made and they start going for things or runs that aren't really there, as they've again, it's 6 overs, 6 runs, 1 run and over. That's just not going to get the job done, obviously. So something's got to give.
Yeah, been very impressed early on here, Matt, with that fielding from Australia. Very, very impressive. This is the sort of contest, Matt, I'm really looking forward to seeing England in. This is, you know, in the next few games and weeks, it's going to be intriguing contests, isn't it? In the Grey Ashes and in the Lions games.
Yeah, mouth-watering to think of this bowling attack against the batting lineup of the England over 60s. It really will be a spectacle to watch. I'm really, really looking forward to it. I've been seeing the Aussies and met them today, and they've been lovely, lovely guys. 3 of them have come and had a chat with us in the commentary box. All very sociable and chatty over lunch. As one was just prodded onto the offside there, and again thrown in hard. Looking for pressure always on these England batsmen. They've got the goalkeeper, wicket-keeper Claude Orlando really lively behind those stumps, inspiring the fielders to get it in early, put the pressure on, don't give anything. That's the first ball we've seen on a over pitch length. It hasn't gone, so they're running here. They've got to get one on the way back. I think that's 3 they've run. It's had a couple of those, haven't we, going up that hill there, Ash? Didn't quite get to the boundary up that slow outfield slope.
Yeah, it's quite a significant slope. Nicely timed. Over pitched by Stuart Ridge. His first loose delivery. Nicely dispatched. I think ordinarily that would have trickled across the line, but not to be, as Ridge makes his way in again. from the pavilion end. Bowls full of delivery again, but just played back to him and there's no run.
And for my money, looking at this side, it looks like it slopes down, high to low from pavilion to scoreboard end. Where with that you'd expect it to skid going down this way, wouldn't you? And coming up, you'd expect it to raise or pop up on the bar, and it seems to do the opposite. I don't know. Obviously, the level of the pitch is slightly different to what the eye line tells us, because bowling pavilion to scoreboard end, it's popping up, and they're getting a couple of high ones bouncing. And the Aussie guys, that he was surprised how much it skidded through at this end. So it's almost the opposite to what you'd think. And catching a couple of the Aussie batsmen out. That's certainly what Darren said. He was amazed how much he was skidding off the pitch. Being in England, not rock hard like Aussie pitches are. And I think we're still with Terry Becks at the scoreboard end. On the back of 2 maidens. It's 7 overs, 9 runs. The Northern 11 have really got to get going here, Owen.
Yeah, they certainly do. And even we were speaking to the Australian lads earlier, when, even playing on these sort of different pitches, they were saying it's a bit of a different test for them. But like you say, 9 from 7 overs. 9 from 7 overs. It's quite the... that's a bit better. From the Northern 11. Well fielded though by the Aussies. Here they come again then with another delivery.
So obviously no bat on that as the umpire signalled leg byes. I thought he might have just turned it cleverly around the corner, but it's obviously come off his thigh pad. Now requiring 2-5-9 England. Northern 11. I knew I'd do that eventually today. 7 overs gone, 10 scored.
Yeah, really well fielded again. What's the mindset going to be of these? I know we're only 7 overs in, but you're coming up against a top quality fielding display here. Like, this is not disheartening. That's not the right word, but you're again, it really is a good test, a good metric to see where these players are in the Northern 11. Like you say, shop window and all that. This, playing against a side like this really does test your mettle.
Well, you'd expect nothing less from the world champions and current Grey Ashes holders. But it's the benchmark that they set, and right on cue, commentators curse. A lapse in the field allows the batsman to come through for 1. End of the 4th over that Terry Becks has bowled from the scoreboard end. 8 overs gone then. Northern 11 are 11 for the loss of no wicket. No, they're not. I'm telling lies. They're 13. 13 for the loss of no wicket. I do apologise. I was slightly distracted because I was replying to Kevin Watson, who just sent me a message. 13 for no wicket after 8. 269 to win. Yeah, it's the benchmark. These boys they pride themselves on it. They work very, very hard on it. They work very, very hard on their fitness. And these Northern 11 guys, they can see nothing is going to be handed to him. It's not going to be easy for him. They make you work for every single run.
And it's a difficult decision, isn't it? Because I'm sure there's selectors that pick players for this England over 60 side. Rash, you'll know more about it than we do, but there's no point in these boys, as much as they want to put in a good performance and show their skill and talent, there's no point in these boys prodding forward for 45 holes, and at the current rate, you know, that's them scoring about 60, 70 runs. Again, a lovely open-bladed shot play. They're just fielded so well and agilely by the Australian slip cordon. There's no point in these boys looking after their own wickets and scoring 100 after 45 overs and going, oh, well, I played really well, I'm not out. That does no good for the team and anybody, really.
Yeah, a lot of it. Let's just put it into context. It's a great honour. Some of these boys from the northern counties, they know realistically that they're not going to get into the Lions squad, and certainly not into the senior squad. So it's a great honour for them to play against Australia. They'll want to do the best that they can. Just break off as Ridge comes in again. Quicker delivery. Down the leg side, however, but it was a much quicker delivery. It's past the batsman as he tried to swivel and hit it into the leg side before he knew what was what. Well taken by Claude Orlando. Yeah, so they're playing for a bit of personal pride, of course. But like you say, if it gets to 45 overs and the score's on 100, like I said, you want to try and tire these Australians out as much as you can. I get that. It's a nice shot. Played through the covers very nicely. And that just reaches the boundary. So 4 to the total. Beautifully played cover drive. Just over pitching against Stuart Ridge, but it was a well executed shot, foot right to the pitch of the ball. Didn't try and thrash it. Head over the ball. Beautiful timing. And it just reached the boundary rope.
Yeah, nice from Northern 11 there. And he's gone for the exact same shot. It ended in the same result. Another boundary comes the way of the Northern 11. 2 in a row there. Now on 21 for the loss of no wickets now.
Yeah, too wide. Just offered him too much width there twice in a row, didn't he, Rash?
Yeah, second one was a sort of a lowish full toss. The first one was a genuine half volley that was dispatched very nicely indeed. That one a lowish full toss, but again well executed. Rattled away to the boundary. 5 overs bowled by Stuart Ridge then from the pavilion end. The Northern 11 move on to 21 without loss. After 9, Terry Becks is going to continue from the scoreboard end. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. A big thank you as always to our sponsors. Stonehill Sports, Sporter Tours, NV Play, MacTech, The Tube and Cleanclad. We are very grateful for your continued support of seniors cricket in England, and without you none of this would happen, so thank you very much indeed.
And that was just our first example there, Rash, I thought, of the hard running Australia did. I think if the England pair had pushed there, they could have run a third, and they didn't. And I think those runs are going to be valuable come the end of this innings. They have started playing a couple more shots now as one flashes past the outside edge. You'll see from this fantastic replay, he's gone to play a shot. They've opened up a little bit, but it's completely done him for pace. But I think those little singles, you've got running hard at everything. You're going to get nothing this game, and if you give up those opportunities, that's where the gaps in score are going to be produced.
Yeah, much more positive over from the Northern 11. Can they add any more to the total from this delivery?
almost be tempted to bowl a bit more wicket to wicket here, Rush. They're obviously just getting the pace a little bit wrong. They haven't got the pace right yet. They've had a couple of swings and misses, and the ball's past the bat before they were expecting it. If they were bowling on stumps, I suppose it's hard when you've got that slip cording in. They might have rattled the wicket cuts. That's a fabulous shot. Ooh. Yeah, this Aussie wife just bent down there as the ball hit the ropes, and we could all see it clattering into the body of her, but luckily she's all right. Yeah, that was a much better stroke played there by the England batsman. So it's 10 overs, 27 runs. A few more strokes like that Owen needed.
Yeah, much more positive over there from the Northern 11. Really looking good. Obviously, the highlight really being those 2 boundaries in a row. 27 now for the loss of no wickets. With a run rate, we've just calculated it, of just under 7, 6.9.
There's going to be a change at the pavilion end then. Stuart Ridge, 5 overs straight off. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. Paul Matthews had a good day yesterday. 3 for 12. First time I've got to see him live. Oh, thank you, wife. Wife just brought me a brew. Well done, wife. Don't bring any cake for them. Have you seen how much cake they've got there? Hoisin duck the other day, and now a plate full of cakey bun.
Yeah, Matt, a lot more positive, isn't it? For the Northern 11. 242 they need now. That's like you said, like we just worked out, just short of 7 and over.
Oh, nice.
That's really nice. Yeah. More shots like that.
Just turned it around his hip down leg side. They're going to run 2. That was better, harder running than this lad, Paul Matthews. Obviously offers a bit of spin. Does he, Rash? Does he run up and a bit of turn?
Well, I've gone to my spy in the Australian camp. I can't out him on air because he'll obviously get the team shirt that they have to wear for misdoings. But very akin to Mr. Panicasio, I would have thought. Mr. Matthews.
So, 29 for the loss of 10.
Yeah, come on, John.
Sorry, after 10 overs, I should say. And we're going to have another cricketer join us from the Australian side. One moment, and we'll get him to you.
Yeah, nice shot, just pushed into the offside there as
Yes, joining us now on the commentary desk, a big welcome, John Adamson, wicketkeeper. How are you, John?
Extremely well, thank you for having me.
Great to be with you. What have you made of the the Australian innings? 268, a really good return, and so far, really limiting until about 2 overs ago. Really limiting that Northern 11 to anything, really.
Really, I think all the batters did well. Contrast to yesterday, where it was lightning quick. I think they had to work hard for their runs today, and got greater value for their shots. Your openers have started well, a bit slow, but it started to kick along in the last few overs, as you mentioned.
Yeah, of course, it starts a busy old schedule. Obviously yesterday, and coming into the Lions game tomorrow, and obviously that first one-day international in the Grey Ashes at Littleborough. how excited are you and the squad just to be able to face England again? It's a cracking fixture, and it's going to be this year. It's going to be one of the best in recent years.
Yeah, I think excitement's an understatement, you know, for the whole squad. To be here is every schoolboy's dream, to be honest with you. I was lucky enough back in the 90s to play at Long Ashton down in Bristol. So it was my first take of English cricket. You know, obviously it's something that we've all aspired to do and get the baggy green, and this is essentially living the dream.
So you're obviously on a rest day today, John. You played yesterday. How was your performance yesterday?
I did play yesterday. I didn't bat as long as I would have hoped, but I was happy with the gloves. So it was a good day. You know, it was testing. The ball was up and down, and you know, credit to the lads we played. Our boys really put in, and there was some great cricket. But yeah, it was a good start to dust off the cobwebs.
And what would your biggest take be on the difference between batting in Australia, batting in England? We always, on the telly in the tests, we talk about swing and cloud cover and that. Have you had any experience of that being vastly different to home cricket?
Absolutely. You know, never walked back on English pitch as I did yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot more movement. You know, behind the stumps yesterday, I saw that straight away. The boys were starting to swing the ball from ball one, as opposed to Australia. It takes a bit to move around as much as it does over here. Captain's on for a bowl.
Yeah, and a good stop there again in the field, and we're saying how athletic and agile your boys are in the field. Really pride yourself on the groundwork you do out there. You must see that firsthand being behind the stumps. Yeah,
absolutely. That's Darren Smith that sort of stopped that one, and you see the effort that the boys put in, and you know, we back each other. I think that's the thing. You know, we're 100% behind each other, and if for whatever reason there's a misfield, someone's always behind it to back them up. So it's a good testament to the lads out in the field.
Yeah, big test to come tomorrow. Obviously, the first real glimpse you'll get of the England side when you face the Lions at Cheadle tomorrow. You know, when it comes to those matches against England, I think that's another good effort there.
Don't run on this boy's arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smithy.
That was a real throw in, wasn't it? Need to hit the stumps out on that one. Yeah, and your team spirit we've talked about all day. The fact you're having 35 balls each and kind of retiring today, and got that squad that you're really going to rotate and use, because you've got a busy schedule, 16 games in a month.
Big schedule.
Yeah, and all the boys are on board. You got off the team bus today in a real good spirit. You bought the roo and the flag, went straight in the flower bed over there. You've obviously created a good buzz, and you're all enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, you know, it's I think it's an Australian ethos, isn't it? You know, the camaraderie. You know, it's serious. You cross that white line, and it's all about doing the best for your country, and we back each other 100% to do that.
Yes, of course, the Ashes were won in Australia by... Well, one moment, I will just quickly take a moment to
thank the sponsors.
The Australian over 60 sponsors. Obviously, we've got Global Travel Management, Tinsgrove Sports, Exotic Cricket Tours International, Queensland Veterans Cricket, Solomon's Flooring, and National Tiles. Again, a big thank you to all of those. You know, a big... You know, we've spoken about it a lot today, but it's a big reason as to why the Australian over 60s carry on.
Watch out, Pato.
Their great work.
So he lobbed on his melon.
He lost that totally.
He did.
He thought he was underneath. He lost it. He started running back, and it nearly landed straight on his Head.
He could have won the team shirt, I'd say, if that had have happened.
So what's the story behind this team shirt? We've heard about it a couple of times. Is it the kind of Wally of the day, is it?
Yeah, in essence, a bit of fun, a bit of lightheartedness. We all nominate something from today. Actually, I think he would have nominated himself if that hit him on the head. But and you wear the shirt for 24 hours and pass it on to the next one.
So who won it yesterday and why?
Smithy's got it at the moment. Here we go. There we go. First wicket caught behind. Good snare, Claude.
Nice. That's well taken by the stumps. You'll appreciate that yourself.
Yeah, good catch. Yeah.
And that was off the bowling of
Mo Matthews.
Yeah.
Debutant.
That's good. He'll be pleased with that, won't he?
Yeah, got a few yesterday too to start off.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
First wicket to fall for England in the 13th over. So that's 35 for 1, and they were just starting to put a bit of pressure on. There's a couple of shots being played, and it's the pressure they put themselves under, really, with this really good Aussie bowling line and length there, making the batsmen take stuff on that they probably wouldn't normally do it. So this shirt yesterday, he picked it up, and why?
So Smithy won it yesterday, and we have a WhatsApp following for VCA Cricket Australia. Which I might add, it's a fantastic audience. I think we're up to 760 people following us at the moment. So, to all those people online that have jumped on and following us, thank you very much. And, we look forward to performing for you over the next 6 weeks. But Smithy, whilst he decided to nominate one or two friends, decided to download his entire audience. Not to the WhatsApp, but to our participating team app.
Right.
Yeah, many people are ringing him saying, Darren, what's this all about? So he made a boo-boo. So,
Was that the shirt I saw? Was that the big, really bright, flowery shirt? I see. I did wonder why that shirt was an odd one out earlier when we saw you come off the team coach. Oh, no.
Fair amount of colours.
Yeah.
A few Australian icons, the flag. Yeah, something pretty loud.
We thought Darren just had awful taste when he stepped off the bus.
No, but I'm rooming with Darren, so I'll mention that to him tonight.
Yeah, good laugh with Darren earlier on the interview. You can catch that interview a bit earlier in the YouTube stream.
We got excited when he said his wife was Kylie. We thought it was Minogue, and we were getting autographs and all that, but he said his wife's a better singer than Kylie. So,
well, I'll let her know that as well.
Little forward prod there from the English batsman. So obviously the big one's the Grey Ashes this summer. I think, having watched the two sides our first time experiencing over 60s cricket, it's going to be a fantastic battle. You really are well matched, the pair of you. And what are you most looking forward to, looking ahead of those 5 one-days against England?
I think you've summed it up. I think it's the competition. Anything to do with Australia and the old dart gets pretty serious in any sport, no more than cricket. The boys played extremely well last year to win the Ashes. It's been a few years since that had happened, and there's no secret. It's our desire to take them back home with us. So I think that competitiveness between the two teams. Yes, it'll be tough. We know that, but we're ready and we're looking forward to it.
Fantastic, and we expect nothing less from a proud sporting nation that Australia are. And we thank you, John, for joining us on comms for a few moments. I'm sure we'll have lots more of you over the summer.
No, pleasure. Thank you very much, and I look forward to catching up in coming weeks.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks a lot. That's John Allison, everyone. He's
Cheers.
a wicket keeper and batsman for the Australia over 60s. Lovely insight from him there. He's having a rest day today, having done his work with the gloves yesterday. And again, all the lads that have joined us from the Aussie squad have been a good laugh today, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been a great bunch, Matt. It's going to be a really funny few weeks. I can tell it's going to be good laughs along the way. It will get serious, though, won't it? When it comes to those Ashes games, my goodness, it's going to be finely poised. We keep saying it, but it's going to be some spectacle, those 5 Ashes games. And just to remind you, if you've just joined us, it's just coming up to 5 o'clock. It's 36 for the loss of 1 wicket for the Northern 11 against Australia in their innings. Of course, this all culminates with the 5-day Grey Ashes starting on Monday, the 30th of June 2025 at Littleborough Cricket Club. Next Monday, the 7th of July at Fairburn, the 18th of July at Tame, the 21st of July at Sparsholt, and finally the 24th of July, the 5th and final match of the series at Royal Ascot. If you're there, in and around the area of any of those grounds, come on down. Because when are you going to get another chance to say that you've seen an Ashes series? You know, regardless of it being over 60s, it's a fantastic standard of cricket. So come on down and give it a watch, and you can boast to your friends that you've seen some international cricket. And some to a very, very high standard. In England, Australia, it's going to be a grandstand series, especially given how well England have done so far this summer. Wins over Wales, Scotland, and of course the Stonehill Cup against the West Indies.
Yeah, and the Aussies bearing down on another maiden over here. And again, 2 bits of field in this over. Old Smithy with the Wally shirt on, diving down in deep gully to stop the ball going for 4. And then a couple of balls before that, the first fielder at cover actually stopped it, but straight away I noticed in the background there was 2 other fielders on the cover runs in case that first fielder didn't stop it. So they really are athletic and agile in the field, as are the England boys. I hope a few of you are listening in and watching this today. We're ready for the big encounter. We've watched them since last summer, and this is kind of the closest I think we've seen to their abilities with bat, ball and in the field. So it's absolutely mouth-watering series coming up as he just over pitches that there, the Aussie spinner. It's been smashed past the bowler. It's not going to make the boundary up that slope, and again, for my money, the Northern 11 could have just run a little bit harder there, especially on the first run, just to see what's available. So I'm really, really looking forward to it when we get that first 11 starting for England on Monday against these boys. It's going to be brilliant, and let's just pray that the weather stays like this, Owen.
Oh goodness, yeah, that's the only factor really in terms of, you know, really preventing us from a fantastic series. We had a few cancelled games, didn't we, last year in the series against Pakistan, the Royal Nawab Trophy. We were at Smethwick, and we only ended up having 2 or 3 hours of action, and it was cancelled due to the bad weather. Great British sunshine that was on that day. It really. Yeah, it's middle of July, and I couldn't believe the weather we were having. It was a shame, really. But hopefully, we won't see any of that. Been quite lucky. Even with the few rain delays we've had in recent weeks, they haven't hindered too much of the action here.
Again, well fielded there. So if we've been told right, we've got in here Alistair and Ali Anthony, is it, batting with, I think, Alan Lees. Pretty sure the first batsman out was Neil Jackson. As number 1's gone off the scoreboard. Oh, he's middled that. And again, well fielded. Absolutely drove that straight back past the bowler. Just to find an Aussie fielder stood behind him ready to stop it. Really tight fielding, really, really mean on the runs here, Australia, as England. He's cuffed that through the gap. Fielder blocks it off again. 14 overs, 39 for 1. And they are really making every run precious here, the Australian fielding.
Yeah, they are, and if that's anything to go by, it'd be a fascinating contest tomorrow at Cheadle Hall for the Lions game, and at Monday at Littleborough. That's a decent shot. But the Australian fielder will have to chase, and throws back of a plump as we just approach the first drinks break.
Yeah, it's a great throw. That wasn't it, one bounce, and it was over the top of the stumps as the drinks brought in by the Aussie subs. And Bowler returns the ball to the umpire. Who today we have Noel Ford and Annette Jane.
That's right.
Umpiring for us here at Grappenhall Cricket Club. Marvellous cricket ground. Big broad history of a place. I think as you missed it earlier, I was saying that the Grappenhall Cricket Club's been around since 1881, as it says above the scoreboard if you caught it when Benny zooms in. At this ground they've been here since 1892. There's several new clubhouses. The most recently was built in 1980 with a slight refurb in 2011. In 1981, after a couple of good seasons following promotion to the top division in the late 70s, the first 11 won the top flight for the first time. It included some famous Grapper names, none bigger than Neil Fairbrother, who only a few years later went on to represent Lancashire and England, and we have been warmly welcomed. Another fantastic cricket club here on a little village cricket club in England, Owen. We've had a great time, great tea, and seen some great cricket.
Yeah, really enjoyed it this afternoon. Just approached 5 o'clock, and hopefully we get to see more of the same at Cheadle Hall tomorrow for the Lions' first game against the Aussies. First of 3. Captained, of course, by Jason Corns and managed by Paul Gelder. Again, 11 AM start time for that. Yeah, so in just about 18 hours time, we'll be back on the YouTube live stream, ready to go again.
I know, you're right. An hour earlier for those used to turning up at 12 midday. We were kicking off at 11 o'clock. I should know what's called in cricket. Stumps when you finish. Teeing off in golf, kicking off what's in cricket. First ball. Start play. I think it's from start play, isn't it?
Yeah.
Start play is 11 AM. All those cricket fans out there screaming at their TVs as I get the terminology wrong, as the ball is fired down by a new Aussie bowler. It's always that's the skipper again, isn't it? Judd is on for another over. I think he's bowled one maiden. We've had 15 overs, just had the drinks break. England are 41 for 1. And obviously at the current rate, they're way short of target. That's only going to get them 123 runs. And they are looking for 269. So someone's going to have to put the foot down eventually, Owen, and start taking a risk. And again, they're all wanting to do well. There's selectors out there for England over 60s, which these boys would love to up their game and get into that sort of side. There's no point standing around prodding this ball to get 120 runs when 269 is needed. Another great square cut played there to point, but again an Aussie fielder in the way to stop the ball getting anywhere near the boundary. And we are returned from his little break is young Rash Mahmood. Oh, and he's flown that outside the outside. I thought he stumped him, but umpire says no.
Yeah, hello everyone, good to be back. Just having a wander round. Nice wicket in the previous over for Paul Matthews. Nice catch by Claude Orlando. Bit of extra bounce. And when you're standing up that close, to travel quickly to him, reaction catch, but a very good one. It's the Aussie skipper, Peter Judd. Played back to him, and there's no run. You enjoy your chat with John? He's a nice fella, isn't he?
Really good, yeah. He's another fantastic play. Like you say, he's just sitting out, rotated today, played yesterday, but again shows that it's a fantastic squad of players, and they're all just really happy to be here in England, ready to really give England a really good test over this next month. Some fantastic games to come as another delivery comes in. Very good. It will be another boundary as it reaches the top of that hill.
Well, it came in and went just as quickly. Rank full toss by Paul Matthews. Put away with the minimum amount of fuss. Over mid-on for 4.
Yeah, 45 for the loss of 1 wicket now. As the bees continue to eat the sandwiches. I'm going to tap to the moment. Got some more guests coming on.
Well, as we're trying to do during this summer, speak to as many people from the touring party as we can. Oh, looped up. I don't know if that came off the boot or that was a bottom edge. It looped up over the slips. Just wait for the umpire's signal. Yeah, it must have got a bottom edge on it. The funny old thing, it just looped up into the air. But we have another guest with us. We'll get the introductions done at the end of this Paul Matthews over. 48 for 1 then, the Northern 11, chasing 269. And that's just played back down the pitch, watchful, and there's no run. So at the end of the over then, 48 for 1. So, I'm delighted to say that sidling alongside me to the right is the Australian team manager. Keith, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
Well,
happy to be here.
Good man. Well, before we get into how you got into the role and your cricketing background, what are your thoughts on the game yesterday, first off? And then we'll touch on what you thought of your boys out there batting first.
Well, yesterday was a very solid game. Everybody seemed to hit their straps. And so with the batting, we batted first and steadily getting along. It looked like that was a bit of a struggle, but the outfield got faster and faster. And all of a sudden the runs started to come along, and we ended up getting 289. And that was a really good score. But everybody contributed. There was a few retirements along the way, just to give everybody a bit of a hit out, get some cobwebs out. And then, with the bowling, it was just a steady, good containment, keeping the runs down, and then getting wickets at the right time, kept them down, and came out with a good win at the end of the day. But it was a good hit out for the boys.
Yeah, it was nice to get a victory. Certainly the first match of the tour. Though the cobwebs away, the rotation today. Boys looked in good nick, I have to say. Very impressed with Stephen Butler, as I was when we went out there to Australia during the winter when he was playing for Western Australia. But good contributions all round, and you must be pleased with how the boys have settled into this game.
Yes, yes. It looked as it was a very steady, slow but steady start. The outfield not quite as quick today, so I guess we were looking at adjusting what we anticipated we would get after yesterday. But there's some good hitting in the middle order there, and Piercy comes in and hits those lusty shots with his the big high back lift of his, and yeah, some good solid 20s and 30s all the way down through. Again, everybody's had a good hit out, and it was good to see some of the guys who didn't get a hit yesterday come out and also contribute.
Super stuff. So that was yesterday and today, briefly spoken about. How did you get into the role of manager? You press ganged into it? Were you front of the queue? Have you got any management experience in terms of cricket?
No, is the answer to that. I picked up the phone one day, and it was Claude on the end, and we had a little chat. I've been on the Queensland Veterans Committee for a little while as the over 60s delegate for the Queensland Veterans Cricket, or Masters as it's going to. Well, I think they're trying to sort out what they call that.
Yeah, rebranded, is it?
Yes.
Cricket Masters Australia, nice.
Yeah.
New logos.
Yes. And
ooh, that's a
well,
lusty blow.
that was a lovely shot. Fantastic.
Well picked up. Lofted from Matthews.
Yeah.
And dispatched right back over his head
Yes.
for another 4. Brings up the 50 for the Northern 11.
Landed in the right spot for him, didn't it? Yeah, so after the pleasantries, he said, hey, how do you fancy managing the Australian team? After I picked myself up off the floor, I sort of stammered and stuttered, and I thought, well, I've never even thought of that. Yeah, it was, even thought it'd come back yet. And I was stalling for time, really, trying to get my head around the idea of doing that. And my wife walked by, and she'd obviously overheard a little bit of that. And she looked at me and she went, thumbs up, and said, yeah, do it, do it, do it. Great opportunity. So, yeah, having been given permission to say yes, I did.
Well, it's a great honour. I mean, at times it must be like trying to herd cats.
Well, yes, I mean, first of all, I had to learn how to drink through a fire hose because there was just so much that I had to get my head around. It was all a very new experience. I have had management experience in the past in my work, but this is so different. And having been retired for a while, I've been out of the game. So, and yeah, with the guys, some of them I knew, some of them I knew of, and some I've never met as well. They've been all very supportive. They've gathered around and they understand that the role is what it is, and I've been able to sort of gradually ease into it. And especially, I mean, yesterday's game was good for me too, because that was one game out of the way. I now know what the routine is. I learned a heck of a lot through that, and it's just a matter of trying to remember it all and making sure I execute on all of that.
Well, I'm sure you'll grow into it. But a very, very arduous tour. 16 matches, obviously after today you've got 14, you're up and down the country.
Yeah.
One day international was against Wales and Scotland, so logistically it's a nightmare. But you must be really looking forward to the international matches. Oh, he's got him.
I wasn't sure, was that bowled or?
Yes,
I think it was.
bowled.
The bails are off, yep.
Yep. Yep, wicket for the Aussie skipper.
Yeah.
Didn't seem to do too much.
No, I don't think they played the right line, it seems.
Yeah, just ball straight delivery. Missed by the batsman.
Yeah.
So second wicket down for the Northern 11. 52 on the board. 269 the target. A wicket for the skipper.
Yeah. Oh, Juddy.
And how is it important for you, Keith? I mean, being the Australia captain carries an enormous responsibility, but have someone like Peter Judd, who, as he came on and spoke to us earlier, served his apprenticeship, been here on a few tours, obviously with the 50s and then with the 60s a couple of years ago, but you know, being vice captain under Peter Jensen, a wonderful, wonderful Australian captain and human being, and then being elevated to the role, it must help enormously.
Yes, you think so, especially as he's been on a few tours now. He's comfortable in what is needed, what's required. He exudes leadership. It's very calm, collected, deliberate, and includes everybody. He was very quick to come up to me when we first arrived here. Hadn't never had any dealings with him before, so he didn't really know too much about me. I don't know too much. Didn't know. I knew a little bit from his previous experience and exploits. But yes, he was very quick to come up and make me feel at ease. And I think he's been that way with the debutants and the team as well. He's it's a very calm way of going about things. No, I can't imagine he'd ever panic if things start falling apart. I don't think there'd be any. Well, that was that up that hill. The ball really slows down.
It does, yes.
A number of times batters have been caught out.
Well, a genuine edge there. Nothing that Claude Orlando or the slip fielders could do.
And from what I've seen so far, I think he's a very good tactician as well. With the fielding, the placing, and the organising of everybody.
Well, he certainly learned from one of the best in the game. The seniors have seen over the last few years, Peter Jensen.
Jeno.
You know, what a lad, what an absolute gentleman. And
yes, yeah, he's great. I've known him for a little bit too. He's certainly one of those, as you say, a really nice guy. But he also, you what's expected of you. He gives you that look, and yep, sorry, I messed up there. And enough said. Then it's move on. And a very, very good tactician and a good cricketer as well. We mustn't forget that, both of them very good cricketers.
So looking ahead to the 5 matches against the England senior side for those grey ashes, obviously Australia retaking the Ashes in a wonderful series down under, 3 games to 2. Different conditions, of course, here in England.
Yes.
But, it's going to be competitive and well contested. You'd expect nothing less, I would have thought, Keith.
Well, it's a very strong rivalry, just as it is at all levels, I'm sure. All done under the best spirit of the game, of cricket as well. They all know each other very well, and yes, I am looking forward to those games. I think it'll be a very different environment then. They'll be all focused and trying to switch themselves on and gene themselves up. These being warm-up games, it's all about trying to get themselves prepared and ready. But once Monday turns up, comes around, I think it'll just be a whole different a feel about it. They'll just be focusing.
Oh, full toss. Jeff Patterson replacing Paul Matthews from the pavilion end. Full toss, lucky to get away with that. It hits straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. In terms of your role as team manager then, Keith, I know when we were out in Australia there was a lot of interest from the English media about us, that's a big swipe over cover.
It'll be 4 runs.
Indeed it is. What's the take-up with the media back home in terms of your tour here to England? Have you had much communication with the media outlets for interviews and such like?
Me personally, no. I haven't had that much. I think really it's been a very sort of quiet preparation for getting ourselves onto the plane. But I should imagine that'll certainly pick up, and on our return, whatever the result is, they'll either be climbing all over us if it's if we end up leaving the urn here, or they'll be wanting to sort of parade us around if we come back with it. But yes, no, I haven't had too much interaction with the media just yet.
And of course, while you're on, Keith, just a word about the England team manager, Paul Bradley. I know Paul's watching him from his hospital bed in Malta. I know you wanted to pass on your best wishes to him. I do, yes. I hope it all goes well there with you, Paul. Not too sure what's going on, but I know there's a lot of care being given your way. There's a lot of well wishes coming around from a lot of people have sort of mentioned to me that they're sorry to hear what's going on, and we all look forward to seeing you soon, Paul, and hope it all goes well soon, and it's not too there's not too much discomfort with all of that. I know there's been a lot of tests going on to work out what is going on. Super stuff. Well said, Keith. Well, Keith, thank you very much for joining us. I hope it wasn't too traumatic for you. Please come
Yes.
the rest of the tour and get involved. Lovely to
Very good. Thanks, Rash. That's very good. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have the influence there of the Australian manager. So, we're back on now, 60 for 2, as we're approaching halfway stage of this Northern 11 innings. $209 then they need. That's another good effort.
Just to change your bowling, Owen. You've been waltzing around. Peter O'Reilly. Radar, as he's commonly known, replacing the Aussie skipper Peter Judd at the scoreboard end.
$61 for 2 then.
Whilst you were walking around, Owen, did you pick up any tidbits? There's the Aussie players who were sat there in the pavilion and the Northern 11 guys.
Do you know, I had just walking almost back to our commentary position. I had a nice chat with a lovely Australian lady called Dee. She was I see, right? Terry's wife, and she was lovely. She really was asking him how the TV production was going today, and how everything was going on, if she's enjoying the game. Yeah, really nice. Everyone's just been so welcoming, and that's the main thing that you get from these Australian players and their, the families that are here today. Very nice to see. It's been spoken a lot about today. I met with the word of the day actually. Camaraderie from the players, the staff, everyone here. It's just been second to none, really. It's been really, really tight knit, really close knit community. For all the Australian players that have come over, and obviously you've known them from when you've covered games in Australia, Rash. But they're a great bunch, aren't they? Family as well.
Yeah, they are, Owen. Fiercely competitive on the pitch, but a really set of really nice blokes off it. Always generous with their time. They know how much goes into putting these matches on. It can't happen without the hundreds of people behind the scenes who give the time willingly and for free. Note that, Mr. Bradley, free. So they know, and they looked after us fantastically well. when we were touring in November and December. And of course, when we had the opportunity to meet the Australian team in the World Cup final in Chennai in India in March of last year. So we've got to know them pretty well. They're a good bunch.
They certainly are.
Young Matt makes his way back into the commentary area. Where are you going now? Oh, he's after a bit of cakey bun. So Jeff Patterson continuing from the pavilion end, just squaring the batter up. It squirts out into the offside and there's no run. 62 for 2 then. Just about reaching the halfway point of this Northern 11 innings, chasing 269 to win. Well, half an appeal from Claude Orlando.
Matt Evans is back in the commentary position. Matt, what have you made of the? We were just having a little walk round, weren't we, and trying to just see what was happening from a pitch side view.
It's not cakey bun, it's a pork pie.
Sausage roll.
Oh, sausage roll. You little tinker.
Yeah, it was great getting some different views around the ground, wasn't it? Lovely from behind the sight screens, watching that edge that went down. We were right behind the slip cord when that happened, so that was a fantastic opportunity. That one of the few fielding mistakes Australia made, I suppose, but it was travelling very quick. Yeah, it's just been tight, quality fielding bowling, hasn't it? You know, I don't think the England batsmen particularly did anything wrong. They've only lost 2. You get the feeling they're going for stuff they wouldn't normally because they know they're under the cosh now. But the fielding and bowling has just been impeccable, hasn't it?
It's pressure, Matt, isn't it? It's just pressure. Scoreboard pressure, match pressure. It's what they do. The formula doesn't really change. You've got to try and find a way to combat it, and it's high risk, high reward, of course, because if you go after this Australian attack early doors and you manage to get a few, you've then got to go on and make a big score, because they'll change the bowling, they'll change the fielding, they adapt, but they do exert an enormous amount of pressure on you simply by their ground fielding, you know, stopping balls, making sure that the runners don't get 2 when they looks like there should be a 2 on. They chase the ball hard. They've all got pretty decent arms as well. They can throw it in from the deep pretty accurately. So as a batter, that's a good shot. Straight back to Peter O'Reilly. There's no room. You're constantly challenged, and that's mentally wearing, and that's when mistakes happen, because it's like the drip, drip, drip effect. It just wears you down.
Yeah, it's been exceptional, this fielding performance from Australia. And me and Matt were mentioning it, Rash, when we were just having that walk around. This sort of position, say if England were either defending, come for the Ashes in a few weeks, a few days' time. If England are either in a position of trying to chase a 2-6-8 like this, or in a position of trying to defend it, playing against a side like this, it's very cat and mouse, isn't it? Playing against a side like Australia. So it's going to be one big old test, and Ed Gordon-Lennox and the squad, and of course Paul Radage is here today, really watching on, trying to get anything they can from this Australian side. I know it's still only early days in their tour, and it'll be another metric, another test really when they play the Lions tomorrow. But playing a side like this, it's another kettle of fish, isn't it, compared to other tests they've had this summer.
Yeah, very much so. But you'd expect nothing less. And you want to challenge yourself against the best, don't you? See where you are. It's just the relentless nature of it, I think. And yeah, I do heap praise on them because I've seen them at close quarters, and they are the #1 team in the world. I don't think there's any dispute about that. But we here in England have got a really good team as well, a really good squad. The boys that went out to Australia in November and December last year, look, they were hurting to lose the Ashes to Australia, but they gained a great deal of experience. They've seen firsthand how they play, what they're like. They're going to be under no illusions how difficult the series is going to be. But I think there's very little between the sides. And you heard Peter Judge, the Aussie skipper said that when he was on with us early on. That's just tucked away nicely. That's going to run away. Oh, and it holds up. Just a 2. Thought that was going for 4 for a minute. Yeah, there's very little between the sides, really. It just comes to application on the day. Bit of luck, of course. You always need a bit of luck. But just to give you an example, Peter Judd's bowled, he bowled 6 overs from that scoreboard, and 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. I mean, Peter as a skipper would love one of his bowlers to do that, but leading from the front. If you can bowl 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6 at one end, you are exerting a great deal of pressure. And if your oppo at the other end is doing something similar, suddenly 12 overs have gone, and you've only got about a dozen, 14, 15 runs. It's hard, but England will find ways to combat it. I'm sure they will. They know the task in front of them. I don't think they're going to shirk the challenge at all.
No, and as we walked around, Rashmi and Owen were discussing, I said I was an all-rounder in my day. I was probably a little bit more of a bowler than a batter. And I said I'd really like to see England bowl a bowl to defend something. Cracking shot there, just smashed that through covers for 4. Went like a bullet. What's your feeling? I'd like to see the Aussies put 300 up and then England defend it, because I think we've got a really strong attack. I think we could defend that. Are you the other way? Would you like to see us to put a score up and defend it, or see us? I know you favour our batting being strong and deep. Do you want England to put up 300 on the board and then, as you just had a run at there, big mix up there? As you see that replay, good throwing the ball in and just got him before he gets back. So that's another wicket gone for England. That's 3 down. Silly little run out. So what would you prefer to see, the run chase or the run defend?
That's a really difficult one there. Thanks, Matt. Look, if you want to be known as the best side in the world, you've got to be adaptable. You've got to do it both, because you don't know what the toss is going to be, you don't know what the pitch is going to be, the overhead conditions, blah de blah. You've got to do it both ways. I think from an England's point of view, they've shown that they can put up a big score. We saw that at Dunnington, 367 against a West Indies outfit. Okay, the West Indies aren't in the calibre of Australia, but we saw enough in that game, and we saw enough quality from the England batsmen to know that if they get in and apply themselves, and we've got some wonderful, wonderful stroke makers, that we can put up a big score. And if you think you're going with that mindset, that back yourself, back your ability, then if the top 6 can do that and all get in and score, just by the very nature of it, you're going to be looking at north of 250 if they all get in and all get a score. And that's what you're hoping. And we've still got players lower down the order who can smack the ball about, but play to your abilities. And that's the great thing about cricket, isn't it? The Australians know the abilities of our players, so they try and limit them. They try and limit them by cutting off their favourite scoring area, bowling to an area that they don't normally like to play in, deliberately put fielders in the line of vision to stop them playing their shots. It's all cat and mouse, but I always say back yourself, back your ability, and if you're beaten by an opponent who's outthought you, then you tip your hat to them and say, yeah, well done. I think this England side will be comfortable doing either, to answer the actual question that you asked, Matt. It doesn't matter if they're defending or they're chasing. I think they're confident in their own abilities.
It's a good shot, pulled onto the leg side, but straight to the fielder. And I presume England are the number 2 side of the world, are they? We keep mentioning Australia number 1. Are England the number 2 over 60 side of the world? So it's...
Yeah, I would say so. From I'm not sure. Do you know what? Actually, I don't think I've ever seen an official ranking of the over 60s. But from my involvement with the over 60s the last couple of years, but Australia 1, England 2. I'd probably put Pakistan 3, New Zealand probably 4th. Yeah, New Zealand probably 4th, and then possibly Canada. Canada have got a decent outfit.
Wow.
The USA are up there, and of course we've got the USA coming at the back end of the season for 3 one-day internationals. I think mainly they're in the southeast of the country. But again, go on to the England Over 60s Facebook page for details of those fixtures in August. But I'd say, from my personal point of view, of course it's only my personal point of view because I haven't seen any official tables, that's the order I'd put them in: Australia, England, Pakistan, New Zealand, Canada, USA.
It's just turned away, gone past the outside edge of the bat. So that's really what we're looking forward to, guys, out there. You know, it's 1 versus 2 in the world. That's why we're banging on about this series of Ashes this summer. It's going to be absolutely enthralling with the 2 best sides in the world going at it. And if the weather stays fair, I think we're going to have a right ding-dong of a battle.
Well, talking about 1 and 2 in the world, coming on at the pavilion end, number 24 on his back, the IMC Over 60 World Player of the Year for 2024, Tony Panacasio. In the space of 2 matches in the World Cup, the semi-final against New Zealand and then that final against England, 10 wickets in total. He got a 6-fer against New Zealand and then followed it up in the final with 4 wickets. Took 2 absolute blinding catches in the final. The first one, Monty Douglas, skied it. He was running backwards, lost it in the sun, collided with the stumps and still managed to hold on. And the second one off Graham Shaw, who absolutely leathered the ball back to him. And he just stuck out his big right paw and the ball stuck. Very, very good bowler. And quite rightly. Named the World Player of the Year. 33 wickets he got last year, did Tony.
.70 for the loss of 3 wickets. Now for the Northern 11. 26 overs gone. I believe that's Colin Frank and Tony Line, isn't it? In the middle for the Northern 11.
Yeah, Colin Frank from Yorkshire and Tony from Durham.
Yeah, we spoke about it with a lot of the Australian players earlier, you know, in terms of playing a lot of these, as you said earlier, Rash, friendly games, but against 11s from either up north or, as you know, there's a southeast 11 coming up before the 5th ODI in the Grey Ashes, and there's Midlands 11s, there's obviously the Chairman's 11 as well. A few different tests, a few more games on the calendar, just to keep them. There's two ways to look at it, isn't it? Because it's a busy old schedule, but the same on the same metric, they're keeping themselves fresh for those games, for those big Grey Ashes games. The Chairman's 11 as well. Explain that one. We looked at that at the calendar. That stood out to us.
I don't know which chairman we're talking about. If I'm perfectly honest, I think that's at Oakamore, a ground that we all know very, very well. We were there last year. A bit damp and drizzly, wasn't it, for the second one-day international between England and Pakistan. And I was fortunate to cover the over-60s final there, Yorkshire and Lancashire. Steve Harrison with a hat-trick as Lancashire. It pains me to say. Beat my county Yorkshire quite convincingly. I don't know which chairman. Genuinely, I'm not being flippant. I don't know. It just says Chairman 11 on the fixture list. I don't know whether it's a Midlands Chairman's 11 or what. We'll try and find out. I'm sure if Mr. B's listening from Malta, if you could clarify that for me, Mr. B, and send me a message, we'd be grateful. But yeah, and you heard Peter Judd mention to it, those matches, they're not just going to be, that's a good shot, nice pick-up, just a touch short from Peter O'Reilly. But, Tony Lyon picked it up very, very nicely indeed, dispatched it over wide mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, they're going to use those matches, you know, for the right purpose. There is going to be rotation, you're going to have to give people a rest, but they're very strategically placed, and Peter alluded to that. He didn't want to go 4 or 5 days without a game and then going back in and having to shoehorn people in. So it's still competition for places. You do run the risk, of course, of picking up injuries and tiredness and fatigue, but I think they'll manage it okay, and it's a good opportunity for people around the country to see the Australian over 60s team that they ordinarily won't get to see. So I think it's a good initiative. We'll try and find out exactly what the Chairman's 11 is and who it consists of.
I just assumed it was the England over 60s chairman picking an 11. I don't know if there is an England over 60s chairman.
All right, on cue. Oh, one of the England boys has said maybe Jeff Beale, who we saw on Sunday at Handsworth, chairman of the over 60s. Could be Chairman Jeff Beale's 11. As I say, we'll try and clarify that for you, but that's who's the front runner at the moment. Jeff Beale, 6-4 favourite. Get your money on.
So we've finished the 28th over. A couple more till the second drinks break. A little bit of cloud floating over from behind us now, which is a slightly worrying sign. Again, at 8:30 when we were here, the groundsman said if it ever comes over those wooden shed sides, it's going to be rain. So unfortunately that's where it's coming from. Fingers crossed we get through these last few overs before any precipitation happens. But we've had 28th, we just started the 29th. It's 76 for 3. Batsmen on 4 and 9 and just not able to get the ball out and around and up the run rate at all, are they, Owen?
No, that's right. Really been limited to anything, haven't they? And there's few wickets lost.
Well, those 2 deliveries from Panicasio just shows why he's such a dangerous bowler. The first flighted, tempting the batsman forward, a good take by Claude Orlando. Bale was whipped off, batsman was in his crease, and then the second one, flatter, quicker. never bowls the same delivery twice in a row. Always makes the batsman think. That's why he picks up so many wickets.
Yeah, he looks like a very smart bowler. Like Rash says, completely and utterly mixing it up as he throws it down to the batsman and just producing dot ball after dot ball, which is exactly what the Aussies wants this afternoon. Probably even more so than a thrash, you know, and they probably want the time in the field as well, so they probably want England to see out their 45 as he just top edges it over the slip cordon. It's racing down to third man, but it's not going to get there. Again, the throw straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and at pace as well. Yeah, in all reality, they probably want them to see out their 45 overs. So they get 45 overs of fielding practice, and they've had 45 overs of batting practice.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it? I think, you know, as we say, we're almost approaching that second drinks break of the day. But yeah, that's the main thing for Australia. And of course, we're just approaching 6:15. Come 11 AM tomorrow, they're back again, just up the road at Cheadle Hall. That first Lions game with a free as they take on the Lions. Some really, really good players to test out that Australian team tomorrow. Join us from 11 AM on this YouTube channel for uninterrupted coverage. And that will be our first Lions game of the summer, Matt, on the commentary.
Ripped one through, past the batsman. I think they are just getting it to nip on here, the Aussies, because a lot of swing and misses when it's just past the bat before they're ready for it, the batsman. As the bowler comes in again from the scoreboard end. Again, another flash outside off stump for a sort of square cut shot, and no contact made. So something's obviously deceiving the batsman out there. The wind's picked up slightly as those clouds approach. Trees started moving around a little bit more. Let's hope the wet stuff stays away as he just prods a forward defensive. And the ball squirts out to covers and is recovered by the Australian fielding team. It's 78 for 3 in the 30th over, so I presume we're on drinks after this over, and right on cue, a couple of the Aussie subs stood on the rope holding drinks containers as the ball is recycled back to the bowler, who charges in towards those sight screens once again. Just lands out a little bit short to make the batsman think, who again can just lean forward and defend it. Drinks come on, 30 overs down, 78 for 3, and surely Rash, they've got to have a crack at it at some point.
Yeah, 15 to go. 191 required. It's a tall order. Even if you're in the mood and in the groove, I don't think we're going to see any real fireworks from this Northern 11 side. I think they'll just be quite content to take what's on offer. Singles if they can. If the bad ball comes, then put it away. 12 3/4 runs and over, up near 13. I think they'll just try and bat the 45 out.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think there's a little bit of a pointlessness to that. And you get some time in the middle. You played against Australia. There's also other guys in the change room that want to play against Australia. I'm not sure selector's going to pick you on the back of 4 runs from 20 overs.
Don't forget, there's no I in team, Matt. those boys representing the Northern 11, yeah, it's a great honour to be asked to represent the Northern Counties. They'll be itching to get out there and show everyone what they're made of and what they can do. But yeah, although it's a team game, there's still a lot of selfishness attached to it. And those of us who have watched cricket, or certainly those of us who have played cricket for a number of years, we've been in these positions when you're thinking, oh, just get yourself out, fella.
Yeah, 100%. And there's got to be a little bit of that in this today, because there's no, well, I guess I'm a sportsman that would rather go down fighting than stand there taking the blows to get the draw. So I would like to see the runs
just
got on the board.
Just on that, Matt, psychological, a lot of our listeners won't know what you did prior to going to university. But you hit the little white ball, didn't you?
Yes, tried to. Yeah, I was a professional golfer for 22 years. Tried the satellite tours years ago and some local PGA golf, and then ended up as a club pro, coaching and teaching, and then had a big U-turn into the world of sports media. But yeah, a lot of psychology in golf as well.
Well, how did you go about it? So if you're in a tournament, for example, and you're going around the course and the board's up there and you can see it and you know, oh, I'm too off the cut. How did it change your game? Did it put more pressure on you? Did you try and force it, or did you just say, right, you know what, I'm going to just play my game, make a couple of pars, I think the field will come back to me?
Always try to force it, Rash. That's why I'm sat here commentating with you. I'm not saying it was the right choice, but again, that's my mentality. Everyone's different, and you know, you can have a Joe Root that will stand there all morning batting, and someone like Stokes who wants to swing. I mean, this isn't a series, is it? Is the bigger picture is this isn't one game of 3; it's a one-off.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to showcase their talents for the over 60 selectors that might be here. There's boys sat in the change room itching to get out there. I just don't see the point in that. You know, a little dabbed nothingness when you need 13 and over to get anywhere near it. And for the few people sat around here watching, we'd rather see a few crashing sixes and crazy runs and a bit of excitement than it just fizzling out. That's a lovely shot off his hip, which I think is actually going to make that boundary over there. People have struggled. Yeah, 4-run signal by the substitute out there. People have struggled to make that boundary. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm not going to argue with anyone who says otherwise. I see the merits of it. I see the merits of these guys getting their own personal time in the field, which is quite ironic, really, because my sport was individual, wasn't it? I wasn't, golf is you against yourself. So there's much more team spiritness in cricket, and I just think I'd rather see them. I mean, if that had just clipped the bails, which it looked like you've just thrown a wicket away and you've chewed up 10 overs trying to protect your own wicket. I don't know. How do you're more of a cricket than I am. How would you go about it in this situation? Would you be one to go for it, or would you just sit back and toss up your own kind of run tally?
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. Just a bit shorter from Tony Panicasio. Uses his feet well. Through mid-wicket. Second boundary of the over. I think it's horses for courses. I mean, let's break off as Panicasio's in again. And another big swing. There you go.
So you obviously heard me.
Yeah, obviously
no point not making the cut the weekend. You may as well go for it.
Yeah. And like you see, you made a good point though, Matt. This isn't the first match of a 3-match series. So, these players are putting themselves out there. Friends and family watching. They would have put on a good show, but that's more like it. And immediately, what happens? Fielders going out into the deep.
That just opens up the gaps, doesn't it, to take the pressure off them even more. You push the fielders back. Great bit of fielding there by the Australian fielders again. You hit a couple of 4s and 6s, which pushes makes the field more defensive, opens up the gaps, and then there's more gaps, and scoring runs becomes easier again.
Well, I mentioned it the other day in commentary, and Tony sent me a message. He got the hook in the second one-day international at Caulfield. Paul Radich, who's here today, hit him for 3 6s and an over. And Peter Jensen, lovely man that he is, gave TP the hook after I think his second over. He was chuntering and muntering, but yeah, that's the way it is. You go after a bowler, you're not going to let him come on again. The skipper's got to be decisive, and even though Australia are in a obviously very dominant position, it's highly unlikely the Northern 11, with their best endeavours, are going to get the 179 more runs they require to win. But it shows a bit of intent, and it forces a change, and that's, I think that's what we're alluding to, isn't it? We want to see a bit of attacking rather than just playing every ball back down the pitch. You want to see a bit of grit, determination, spirit and endeavour. As I think that's Jeff Patterson, I think, from the far end. I'll just confirm that. Ooh.
I'd just rather see some shots played like that. You know, I'm not saying it's boring. My favourite sort of cricket is Test cricket, so I love the chess game of a Test match. You try and say that. I love it. So I'm here intrigued by the field settings and stuff. But for a one-off game, a few local people watching, I'd rather see them get out in the next 5 overs having scored 50 or 80, going for it and dropping a few wickets, and just pootling along. I'm not out there. I can't. You know, I given the bowling's difficult, it's not easy just to smash it around. These are quality bowlers throwing down good deliveries at you.
Shot.
Really nice, cracking little cut through extra cover. And that was a safe shot. That wasn't wild, wasn't it? That wasn't airbound. He's found the gap. He's 4 runs. So it's only a couple of 3 of them and over to up the pressure.
Yeah, it's a strange one, because we were talking about it on Sunday, that third and final one-day international at Handsworth, boys, if you remember, when England got themselves in a position where they were stuttering, and we were saying that it's going to be a score north of 320 and what have you, and they were caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, because you saw very experienced batsmen sort of not knowing what to do. And we mentioned it's about game management and recognising the moment, and we did say, what do you do if this happens against this Australian side? So it's all about how you view it. And oh, what a shot, straight to the fielder though, and there's no run. It's about recognising the situations, and England just got themselves into a bit of a pickle. And if it wasn't for Ed Gordon-Lennox just smashing 50 odd from 26 deliveries, you know, at one point the West Indians were only 14 runs behind the DLS score. 14. That's how well they were batting. But England went for it and lost the wickets.
But doesn't that prove my point? The fact that you just said it, Edward Gordon-Lennox smashed it a bit, up the run rate, put it over the hill and out of sight, and job was done. Okay, granted, here today the Northern 11 are coming from behind, and I've got an uphill struggle, but it's like saying, would I like to see England lose the series 5-0, only lose a couple of wickets per innings, and defend the ball, but lose by 100 every time, or would I want to see them lose 5-0, lose all 10 wickets and smash the ball around and, you know, get within 30? It's the latter for me, and as you say, Rash, it's horses of course. We've all got different opinions.
Oh, you're a hard man to please, you. Now you make some really good points, Matt. You know, it's great that we can sit here, the 3 of us, and have opinions. Oh, beaten. Bells off in a flash. Mel Ford, the umpire, the Australian umpire, not moved. Good bit of work by Claude Orlando, though.
.95 for 3 now for the Northern 11, just short of 100 then for them. Still it remains Colin Frank and Tony Lyon in the middle for them. Frank on 24, Lyon on 8. at the moment.
That's another one that popped up there, isn't it, Rash? I think I caught everyone out. Caught everyone by surprise, that one. Not sure we've got a replay of that, but it rose up off the pitch.
Yeah, I think by the reactions there was a bit of turn on that as well.
So that's the end of the 33rd over. 96 for 3. 173 required. We've got a good 7 wickets in hand, England. 2 batsmen have got their eye in. They've had a bit of time at the crease together now, so let's start swinging, boys. Come on. Please. He's out. Yeah, I can hear that from here. He says it edged it. And that was just a little weak, proddy flap outside the off stump, wasn't it?
Yeah, length ball. Tony Line just going back in his crease, trying to play it through the gully area. Got the edge. Another good snaffle by Orlando, though.
Yeah, his glove work behind the stumps has looked superb today. Again, another great battle, because all the glovemen we've seen for England have looked very lively and competent.
Well, you spoke with John Adamson, didn't you, while I was tootling about, hobnobbing and what have you. Himself a very, very good stumper.
Do you mean nicking the hobnobs or hobbing?
Listen, I didn't come back with a plate full of cakey bun. But yeah, this level standing up, it's not easy. It's a genuine edge, but it makes it look very, very simple, as do the England stumpers. You know, Steve Aston, Simon Routh, Gary Joyce, they're all top quality stumpers. Alan Lees, who's here today, playing for this Northern 11 side, plays for Yorkshire Ridings. Again, he played last summer, the 4th one-day international at Southport. So a wicket for Jeff Patterson. That's his first delivery to the new batsman. It's just prodded out into the onside. And there's no run. 96 for 4.
And you got any inkling who's going to be the number 1 for the England over 60s come the 5 Ashes game, Rash?
No, I don't, to be honest, Matt. I think the 3 that I mentioned are obviously all in contention. I mean, a lot comes down to fitness and availability and how they see things going. Steve Aston, we saw the other day, open up the innings. So he gives you that versatility as well as being an exceptional glove man. And we saw in Australia, actually, both him and Simon Routh in the team at the same time. They were sort of taking it in turns to keep. Both are very, very good ground fielders as well. Gary Joyce, his reputation, it's been simmering along for a number of years now. Oh. Well, batsman just moved away. Jeff Patterson carried on with his delivery. Straight and true, hit the stumps, but the umpire, Noel Ford, had called dead ball. So it's an interesting one. I don't know, it's how the management team see it on a game-by-game basis, I think. Tomorrow's keeper, I believe, is Simon Routh. Making his way up from Kent today. She'll hopefully be meeting him later on. His wife, Julie. And his daughter, Alice. Be nice to see her again. Last time we saw her was in India. Abundance of riches, I think.
Definitely. I was just looking for a reaction from Darren Smith on that no ball shout after his dodgy dismissal earlier. He was explaining to us when the scorer shouted bowler's name out the large window in the scorebox as the delivery was released. He thought he should have got a no ball, dead ball there, shouldn't he?
You'll be pleased to know I calmed him down, boys. I went over, calmed him right down. As his clothes were being ripped and the eyes went, and I sent him down here. I thought that was the best place for him, to be honest.
As you see, 98 for the loss of 4. 34 overs gone. Of course, apologies, we haven't been able to have our usual scoring on our screen today. We've been showing you the scoreboard as and when we can. As we say, 171 runs required. But for Australia tomorrow, Rash, they play a Lions side who, of course, unbeaten, you know, in terms of having this summer, the West Indies, and of course against Scotland, some really good results. It'll be a good test for this Australia side tomorrow. And for some of those players, you know, you look at some of the names in there, you think of a big standout name, as we've mentioned, from last year, and of course his time in Australia as well. Monty Douglas, you know, a big name there. There's a few big names in that squad, and Paul Gelder will really be relishing the chance to play a team like Australia.
Yeah, he certainly will. You mentioned Monty. Well, the Australian boys know all about Monty Douglas. Had an unbelievable World Cup, Monty. Struggled a touch. Down under. Oh, that's a delivery by Panicasio. Pitched, gripped, turned, beat the batsman. All ends up as he prodded forward. And he's due a few runs, is Monty. So I hope he's in good nick.
Very attacking field from Australia. They had one man outside the circle, so they really are closing in on this tight fielding. Very stingy with giving the runs away, and they have put on a fantastic fielding display. As Rash warned us, very agile in the field, good arms on them, throwing it in regularly from the boundary right over the top of the stumps. Bit of a bowling change here, Rash. I don't know if you know who that is.
Well, I was going to be able to tell, but the batsman's just walked straight past me. Yes, I can tell you exactly who that is.
Well, it's number 195. So
It's Muggo, Alan Muggleton.
oh, this is a lad you've not seen before. So I presume that's his top score, is it? 195.
I don't know.
Either that or they've got a massive squad back home.
Well, they do have funny numbers, right? Sam Davis, who's not on this tour, to Western Australia, he had 100 and something on his back when he came out to play us.
Well, there's a lot of superstitions and things that play part, isn't it?
Sharp.
That's a great, beautiful square cut, straight past point, 4 runs. One of the best shots of the England innings there. If you can get a replay of that up, not sure yet. Yeah, much to my disgust, I only worked out why Joe Root wears number 66 about 4 weeks ago, because obviously on his back it then says Route 66, which has taken me far too long to work out.
And with that boundary, the Northern 11, 100 comes up, 103.
Oh, nice little flick off his pads there.
Nice.
Not a very slow outfield, isn't it, Rash? Very slow.
Yeah, it has slowed up tremendously. I mean, talking to some of the locals here, they were saying that the last couple of weeks the outfield has been very, very quick. But we've had in the last 10 days or so a bit of rain here in the northwest. just tempered the ground. But if you saw the pictures yesterday from Hammerwich and talking to the Australian boys who played there yesterday, they said the ball after a few overs looked like it had been chewed by a dog. The surface was so abrasive. Different conditions here though.
Very different. I'm not convinced we won't see more rain before we finish. Hopefully we can get through these overs. 10 left. The clouds are rolling in over my shoulder and it's definitely dropped a little bit and got a bit chillier. Smells like rain to me. I was born in the rainy season in Africa as a brash, so I can smell the rain coming. It's my seventh sense.
I thought you were going to break out into song. I thought it was a Toto song you were just about to launch into then.
I do bless the rains in Africa.
It is Toto, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, good knowledge.
But no, when the temperature drops like that and the clouds get darker, it's ominous. But hopefully we can get through this last 10. Hopefully we'll see a few. Go on, he's got to send that one away. Yeah, the field placements are excellent, aren't they, Rashid? They are having a few swings now, the Northern 11, but every time it just seems to go straight to an Australian fielder, which I guess is just credit to the skipper and his field placements.
Yeah, the skipper always looks a genius when things like that happen. But it's about knowing your bowlers. It's about knowing where your bowlers bowl and setting the field accordingly. Asking them to bowl to the field as well, of course. A change at this pavilion end. Tony Panacasio being replaced by Darren Smith. And like Peter Judd said when we had him on earlier, abundance of riches. I mean, Darren Smith and Peter O'Reilly opened the batting, but they're both more than useful bowlers, and we've seen it all last year with Darren Smith. Does a job for a skipper normally, can hold and end up 9 overs normally, can bowl straight through, because for under 30 runs, which is exactly what you want. From your second change, third change bowler, 9 overs for 27, 30 odd runs, it's a great return. Normally doesn't give too much away. I hope I haven't cursed him as he gets launched into the car park, but we'll see.
And of course he wears number 88 because that was the year his wife had her first #1 hit, Kylie Minogue. Obviously I'm joking. First innings joke there for those joining us late on.
He's convinced that's his missus, you know.
Biggest laugh of the day there, that was.
Go on.
Yeah, that's another good shot.
Great shot.
Great shot for 4.
Another great cut away there, straight past point. 4 runs, and that's just what we need to see more of. I just don't see why you wouldn't go. You may as well go for it now. You may as well go for it. That's more like it.
$110 for 4 then, for this Northern 11. As we say, an 11 AM start for the Lions tomorrow as they take on this Australia side at Cheadle Cricket Club. Free for spectators, so come on down if you're in the area and watch a great standard of cricket. Lions versus Australia has to come tomorrow from 11 AM.
Sounding like Leslie Crowther then. Come on down. You won't know this. Why am I saying this to you? You're looking at me like I've gone out.
Who did he play for?
Goodness me. Just cultural black holes, you two. The Price is Right.
Come
you
on
know,
down, The Price
that?
is Right. I do remember that, yeah.
Owen's looking at me like I'm... Goodness me. That was a great programme.
Yeah, I mean, they're... Oh, wide. Yeah, he's giving it. So it's virtually 20 runs and over after this if they hadn't scored another run, so... I mean, locally, Rash, will there be a bit of pride in not being bowled out?
Yeah, I think so. You know, they've stuck at it. I mean, you can look at it one of two ways. It's making the Australians hopefully bowl their 45. On the flip side of that, these Australian boys rotated a squad, a few of them. They'll be working their way into it, so it's a good workout for them, which may make them a bit more fresh and dandy for tomorrow. They haven't really had to exert themselves too much in the field, have they?
No.
But you're still out there for 45 overs, it does take its toll.
Good shot again. Oh, come on, that's at least 2 there. Come on.
I do apologise for the background. It's disgruntled of Gloucester, who's not happy.
But that's the complete opposite of what we said earlier about Australia, isn't it, Rash?
Yeah.
They ran that first one hard. If it was looking at through, they ran the second hard, and then there's the option there. They just dawdled the first one and then had a 5-minute convo and decided not to go again. And the amount of times they've done that this innings, that's probably 30 runs you've lost.
Yeah, and when you come to the important matches, not being flippant, Matt, it's a really good point, because those extra ones that you turn into twos at the end of the day can and do make the difference. We've seen it between England and Australia. Turning ones into twos, twos into threes, they accumulate over the course of 45 overs, and suddenly you're 35 runs better than maybe people think.
Just to look ahead though, Rash, how do you think the Lions will get on tomorrow against this Australian side? Be a tough test for them, but one they're looking forward to, I'm sure. And the ones that Australia are looking forward to playing another England side as well. It's another close one.
Well, they'll be chomping at the bit, won't they? Because there's a few players there. The team that was published, and I don't want to broadcast it out, folks, because I know there are a couple of changes, but we'll try and find out tomorrow what those changes exactly are and the reasons for it. But there's a few players who obviously have been in the senior setup, if you want to call it the senior setup, and dropping down. And of course, the Lions skipper, Jason Cull, was a vice-captain last year down under. He's skippering the Lions team. They'll be wanting to put on a good show. They'll be wanting to make the England selection committee think, well, do you know what? I deserve my place in the senior squad. But it's all about performing on the day. If they perform to their potential, they've obviously got a very good chance, because it's packed full of talent. And I think one of the things that will benefit that Lions squad is the fact that many of them haven't played the Australians before. They will have seen them obviously on YouTube and various other platforms, but they go in with no fear. And I think that's a really good way to go in against them. You play with no fear, you play your game. That's a good shot through the covers. It's just going to get there as well. Yeah, lovely timing. All along the ground. 4 more to the total then. And it's play your game. Play your game. And if you back yourself and you're seeing it and you're on a going day, yeah, why not? I think they're going to be competitive. I think it's going to be an absolute crackerjack of a game tomorrow.
I agree, Rash, and I think it'll give us a really good gauge of the game Monday when the, like you say, let's call it the senior England team come out to play. Oh, he's got a hand. He smashed it straight back to the bowler there. The bowler's got a hand on it, as you see from the replay, and it's rattled the stumps. But luckily, the batsman had his foot down there.
Yeah, if you'd like to tune into that game tomorrow from 11 AM, join us on this YouTube channel, Lions versus Australia, and that's going to try and reach the boundary again. I think just prevented though, yeah. Boundary is being moved this side by a young cricket player. $118 for 4 then. Stay tuned, folks. At the end of this, we will have an interview with the Aussie skipper, Peter Judders. A few overs remain.
Judders. One afternoon, and best mates now calling him Judders.
By the end of this 5-match series, I think we'll be getting on with them really well.
Ooh. That again looked like it had a bit of turn on it.
It's Juddy. Judders.
That's the Gloucestershire version. Judders.
That's the Gloucestershire version, is it? Righty-o. Now he'll be a good man to speak to for you, Ian. Obviously, you're very open and honest. He speaks very well, very knowledgeable, and he'll give a proper assessment of how things went from his point of view as the Australian skipper in this the second match of a 16-match tour. That's short. That's cut away, running down the hill. It's gathering pace as it gets there. Yes, it does. Nice shot. Nicely timed.
Also, I can't see his batsman at his age. He's played that cut shot very well this afternoon, hasn't he? Moving on to, what, 43 now. And he's played 5 or 6 of those cut shots. Very, very well timed. I think it's Colin Frank, according to Owen's list. Batting number 4. He's played that cut shot very, very well this afternoon, getting himself on to 39.
$122 for 4 now. 39. Overs gone. As we're into that 40th over. As you can see, Grappenhall Cricket Club. It's been a great ground for us this afternoon as we head into the early evening. If you've just joined us, the last wicket lost for that Northern 11 was at 96 for 4.
And we're just shy of 30 and over now, so fours aren't good enough. Got to have some sixes in there for 30 and over. 3 fours, 3 sixes by my maths. And we've got again Darren Smith from the pavilion end, turns one down, just leant into his back foot there, Frank, and sent it out to the covers, but again well fielded by Australian quickly, and even at this late stage of the game they get the ball back in into the wicket keeper as Frank just gets an inside edge onto his own ankle there. Does one of those little walks pretending he's not injured that cricketers do, I think. Must have smarted a little bit on the inside of his leg off the inside edge. And Darren Smith with 88 on his back. Comes in again and just hits that straight down long on. But again, the pace of the field, he was straight off the ropes, on top of that, and straight back into the bowler within a matter of moments. Really high class, high energy fielding at this late stage of the day, Owen.
Yeah, and that's what really sets them apart, isn't it? You know, that's what we've said so many times about this Australia side. Of course, it's only the first time we have seen them today, Matt, but we've been really pleased to see how, even right to the last, you know, we're in the final few overs now, they're not letting anything. Of course they're winning this. You know, they're still 147 runs off the Northern 11, but how they're just not letting anything away, are they?
No, as Frank just got, I think, a bit of a leading edge there. Trying to drive it straight down long off and just got a bit of airtime on it, and there was a shout of catch for a while, but it dropped a good 10 yards short of long off in the end, and he has another swing at it, and that's put down as well. That was hit straight at mid-on. He got there, stopped it, but didn't hold on to it for a catch.
Yeah, Stuart Ridge. What you were talking about, boys, even at this late stage, it's when you get into close games that this type of fielding effort in a game that they've had sealed up for probably the last 20 odd overs comes to the fore. In those close games when nerves are on edge, if you can do it in a game like this, you will be doing it in a game where there is something on the line. There is no let up, and if the skipper Peter Judd sees someone shirking his responsibilities in the field, he will be telling them. It's what you get from these Australians. Every single ball.
Yeah, as we start the 42nd over from the scoreboard end. Turned in and another shot played. Little cutaway, but second slip's going to cut that out. And again, even there, the short third man was kind of on there. Well, point was sprinted round to short third man position to cover and stop the boundary happening, even if it did get past second slip. As we have the second ball of the innings, again just dabbed down, hit it too much into the ground there and just killed the momentum on the ball. So two fabulous dot balls to start for the debutant Alan Muggleton here. And another dot ball just pushed back up the pitch by Frank. And time is truly running out here for the Northern 11. Too little, too late. Not that they've done anything late either. I mean, like Rash alluded to, I suppose there's a bit of pride in not losing all your wickets. I'd be pretty frustrated if I was batsman number 7, I suppose, in the 7 and 8 in the changing room, not getting a chance to face the Aussies, with people not really having a cut at it.
Yeah, mate. Perhaps they should have gone down the route. I know Australia did it for different reasons, didn't they? In terms of just getting more people out, getting more people, you know, retiring early on to get more people a chance at the batting.
I think the problem you've got with that, Owen, is that the Northern 11 boys weren't scoring. So if you're going out after 35 and you've scored 3, I'm not being facetious. I'm just saying that's the approach that Australia took. But from the Northern 11 point of view, those boys struggled early on. They were out there for a lot of overs. I mean, what was it? First 5 overs, they got 6 on the board, and I think one of those was an extra. 30 balls in, you've got 6. I'll tell you what I was surprised at in the batting order. I know a few of these Northern 11 players, but Alan Lees, left-handed, opens the batting for Yorkshire Ridings. I'm surprised to see Alan not open up or coming one down. Very, very good batsman in his own right.
Yeah, they just backed themselves into a corner from the word go for my money. They just, like we said, they were 35 for 1 and they're 50 for 2. But that, more importantly, that was kind of like after 20 overs. And just no chance of coming back from there. Not really giving these boys a chance. As we see our first real swing at the bat, and he's hoiked it over there for 4 runs straight over deep square leg. That's what we should have been seeing 10 overs ago, really. I was just saying there, when you left us for a minute, Rash, I'd be annoyed if I was batsman number 7 or 8 or 9 wanting to come and face the Aussies, have a swing. The fact they haven't really gone for it, they've lost by a mile. Again, I'd rather have seen a few bit of baseball, I suppose, isn't it? Bit of baseball cricket and go for it and go for the win.
Well, if it was a closer contest and the Northern 11 had sort of gone for it early doors, I mean, it's double edged, isn't it? They were under immense pressure because of the bowling. That's a good shot, nicely timed.
Great shot.
But because of the accuracy of the bowling and maybe a bit of hesitation from the Northern 11 open, look for the ones and play a few more attacking shots. They were way behind the curve early doors, which meant as an actual contest, it really wasn't a contest.
Go, go, go. That's at least 2 there. Come on. Bowler's fuming with himself there for just letting it drift down leg. Oh, another one again. Just flicked it off his bat. Was that leg buys? Buys. Oh, he's raging with himself there. The bowler slapped his thigh with his hat at the end of the 43rd over. Northern 11, that's twice. 132 for 4. 2 overs remaining. What's that run rate of about 17 over?
So yesterday the Australians won by, was it 141 runs?
140 runs, yeah.
Not going to be too far off today, are they?
No.
So it's a good start for them.
Yeah, they've not really been troubled, have they, Rash? Like you said, I'd have liked to see them challenge. I'd like to see the fielding under pressure, them having to be on it right to the death because someone was chasing down the total, which hopefully we shall see tomorrow at Cheadle Hulme when they take on the mighty Lions. 11 o'clock first ball.
Grrr. That's my Lion impression. Wasn't as good as Owen's Aussie impression.
I watch a lot of Neighbours, so that should be a lot better than that. One of my favourite shows, that is.
Do you mean the programme or the
yes.
people who live next door to
The
you?
Aussie soap, yes.
Oh, right,
yeah,
okay.
they do sound a bit.
Just for clarification there.
Can't believe it's ending again at the end of the year. Second time it's been cancelled now.
Neighbours, the programme.
Right.
About time they got the hint and called it a day. Oh, he's missed that.
You can't say that's Darren Smith's missus made her debut in that. You can't be saying things like that. He'll come after you, you know.
Not 4 runs. One of the nicest shots we've seen today. That just pulled it straight over mid-wicket, between deep mid-wicket, forward square leg. Good shot. Picked the gap out. And I think that was the